Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie, Elephants on Parade Bellekom, Sam, Elephants in Disguise Burns, and Ellie, Elephants in Your Eyes Sparrow.
Oh God!
As the acid trip deepens.
Are they small elephants, or is this a really
No.
big problem?
I think small elephants are still a pretty big problem.
I know, but if they're full size, there's something going terribly.
I think you're kind of done with the terrible by that point. It's done.
Yeah.
They will cause you no further problems.
That's true. It can't get any worse, really, can
I
it?
like to imagine it works like the knife eye attack spell from The Adventures of Dr. McNinja, where you think it sounds like someone's the wizard is going to shoot knives from their eyes, but when they cast it on you, everything you look at is just made of knives.
Oh God,
It's actually pretty horrifying.
that is literally the
Yeah.
worst. You see, I pictured that as shooting knives into somebody's eyes, knife eyes.
Yeah. Like
That
eye
would also
bite, I
work,
guess.
Yeah, eye bitey.
Eye bite is
Yeah.
grim as a spell.
Yep.
So
Also,
nasty.
Elephants in disguise. I was just imagining one in a trench coat with some dark glasses and a hat.
Selling pocket watches.
Yeah.
Into cars. So, on that...
Speaking of time.
of elephants turning
Like
into
with
cars.
pocket watches.
And pocket watches. By the way, guys, just before we started, I spilled tea all over my notes.
Like all over the big fucking Calcinea file.
I keep paper notes. I just spent 20 minutes
With a
using a
hairdryer.
hairdryer to save everything about this campaign.
So if you hear a faint note of hysteria in Jason's voice today, that is why.
Speaking of hysteria, it's time for us to cast our minds forward to the hysterics of the future and ask, future us, is there any hope? For the folder, sure, the hairdryer saved most of that. For you, jury's still out. Hey there, it's future Jason with messages from the present. Libris Arcana offers monthly or quarterly dice subscriptions. Head over to librisarcana.com and for less than $12, just under £9, you'll receive a set of 7 premium dice and one randomly selected bonus die every month to sate the will of the die-hungry beast below. This month's set is Glitter Bomb, a translucent set packed with fine, multicoloured glitter. It's all the fun of a real glitter bomb packed into a neatly contained set of polyhedrals and with significantly less vacuuming required after the fact. If you want to use glitter bombs in your own campaign, here are some stats and handy tips. Glitter bombs are a common wondrous item worth 10 gold pieces and can be produced by any spellcaster or alchemist with 5 gold pieces of materials and 4 hours of work. For the alchemical version, I recommend using diluted thunderstone solution and finely ground sand, dyed a variety of bright colours. Once complete, the glitter bomb takes the form of a pebble-sized crystal that sparkles with iridescent colours in direct light. The glitter bomb can be thrown up to 20 feet as an action. Upon impacting a creature or other hard surface, it immediately explodes and scatters brightly coloured glitter within a 10-foot radius of the impact point, creating a loud bang and highlighting invisible creatures, but otherwise causing no harm. Any creature within the radius may make a DC 12 Dex save to avoid being covered in glitter. Glitter-covered creatures are visible even if rendered magically invisible, and will shed glitter continuously for the next hour, unless they are thoroughly cleaned by immersing in water, prestidigitation, or similar effects. This glitter trail can be tracked with a successful DC 10 survival check, although conditions such as heavy rain may eradicate the trail. With their loud noise and sudden burst of colour, glitter bombs make excellent distractions, and if you set one off in the middle of a crowd, you can expect their mood to turn sour very quickly. They can also be used to humiliate a rival or decorate the sides of buildings in smears of coloured sand. For extra range, consider using a sling to launch them up to 120 feet away, although your DM will probably require you to make an attack roll to hit the target or location of your choice. Glitter bombs. Fun for all the party. Listen up for a spot from our friends over at the D&D Grandma during the break this episode. Ellie will be guesting this Saturday, 1st of June, streaming a game with D&D Elise of the Red Knight Inn as part of Women in Tabletop Gaming Month. Ellie will be playing a gnome trickster cleric, which sounds awesome. You can watch the game at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time or 9 p.m. British Summer Time if you are in the UK, on the Red Knight Inn's Twitch channel, twitch.tv/The Red Knight Inn, and we will put that link in the description. We'd like to offer a special thank you to our stowaway Tallulah Cunningham, one of the wonderful fan artists amongst our collection of stowaways. Tallulah has drawn a number of stunning pieces of art from the show, which you can find at our fan art gallery on the website flintlocksandfireballs.com. This week we received an astoundingly timed letter from her, just as the four of us returned in person from London MCM Comic Con. To our surprise and elation, Tallulah sent us the original hand-drawn copies of each piece of art, lovingly rendered in coloured pencil, as well as some of her unique clockwork animal stickers. On an already brilliant if exhausting day, your gift was the absolute highlight. Thank you, Tallulah. You are amazing. You can find Tallulah at @FabricMagpie on Twitter and Instagram, or check out her portfolio at melanipos.com, spelled MELANIPPOS.com, and we will put a link in the description. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason. Any parting words of wisdom? Abandon hope, all ye who look upon this. Know that as you stare into the future stares back, and it has but one message for you. A strange man, large of gut, twirly of moustache, who tells
Twirly
you
of moustache is
to
not
go
a phrase.
compare. Go compare.
Oh, God!
No!
You know, I'm not even shocked anymore. Like, I'm not even surprised that happened. That's the point that we're at.
Oh, Jason, what have you unleashed?
Not the go compare man.
Twirly of moustache.
I'm not singing that song tonight.
Twirly of moustache is such a weird phrase that it's almost Douglas Adams levels of weird. Like.
But I saw it absolutely in my mind's eye.
Speaking of your mind's eye, it's time to engage your mind's eye.
Beautifully done.
And for us to begin, Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs, the party managed to arrive in the Kraken-struck city of Kion. Although much of the living population is dead or fled, and a large number of the dead are now undead, there are still survivors within the city who have retreated into fortified enclaves. However, they are scattered, split apart. Some have taken shelter in the ruins of the cathedral, protected from the living dead by hallowed grounds. Others received the protection of the local crime lord, the Wolverine, and were up until very recently protected under his auspices. Auspices? Another group are believed to have taken shelter within the old chateau, the coastal castle, and they appear to be led by none other than Alton Apple Blossom. There are also rumours of a strange band of revellers and party-goers calling themselves the Horns, who seem to be reacting to the destruction of all they've known with wild glee, abandon, and rampant hedonism, and somehow are still alive. Outside of the city, a skeleton battalion from the military watches the walls, trying to stop anything untoward escaping. However, there are other forces. The Sawagin have arrived and raid up and down the river and the bay, stealing into the city to capture meat, both living and dead, and treasures, which they drag down into the water. And while the majority of the risen dead are mindless zombies, it seems a handful, perhaps as many as 200, have emerged as white, intelligent undead who can command the zombies around them to some degree. And a horde, a pack of 30 or so ghouls that reave across the city, devouring whatever they can find. After an encounter with the glutton, attempting to find three objects concealed within the vaults of the halfling collector, Destin Sukolin, and discovering Destin's ultimate fate, the party learned some disconcerting information about Scamp's origins, acquired a journal which gave them further information on Olga Gristlegum's and quite possibly Old Mother Scrimshaw's past, as well as the elusive Grandmother Fingersnap. And, at last, the party have laid their hands upon an Eye of the Storm, an artifact of quite possibly unfathomable power.
Why are we holding on to this?
Because
We shouldn't be allowed such things.
It is 2 a.m.
Or
on the 4th of Full Circle, 1798. You have just finished resting up in the parlour of the now abandoned mansion of Destin Sukolin. It is quite possible to unlock both the front and back door from here using the various locks and bars, and there is also a secret escape tunnel which led down into the last section of his vaults, but also seems to lead away, although where to you have not yet explored. So, what wilt thou do?
I'd like to do something dumb.
okay.
I'd like to go off on my own into a room and have a go on the eye.
You slip away from the others.
Such a bad decision.
Give me a stealth check if you want to do this unobserved.
Yeah, I was just going to try and wake up a little
Yeah.
bit before everyone, but we'll see. That's a 1. Where are you going?
As you get up, you accidentally knock over one of Destin's end tables.
I'm going to the loo, darling.
right.
So make a deception check.
I mean, you will win against my insight, but yes, I want to know.
Go for it.
Oh,
That's a 15.
22.
Oh God, you so know I'm not going for a shit.
Oh, that's a 19.
I did not do well. As
Right.
Leah clocked it as well.
Let's see. Leah and Clara are both they're both dozing.
That lie didn't really work,
No,
did it?
no, it
Okay.
No. really got to work on that, I'm afraid.
I'm quite a good liar. You two just know me quite well. Yeah.
Fair.
Well, I was going to go and play with the eye and ask it something stupid.
What were you going to ask it?
I was going to ask it to show me the favour Olga's going to ask.
Oh.
It's been driving me mad and I want to know, and I know it's
that's a
done,
really
but I
good
really
one.
do want to know.
That's actually really useful if we could know ahead of time.
But consequences, side effects, we don't know what they are.
Maybe we should do this all together. That
Oh,
might
no,
be
in
a
a
clever
house in
idea.
a city full of undead.
Well,
But, on the other hand,
I'd rather
really
do it in a
want an
city
aggro-
full of undead rather than a city full of live people if we're worried about the side effects
or
being
on
that
our
bad.
ship.
Or on the
Yeah,
ship.
we're-
If it's going to affect
true.
people around, I'd rather do it where there aren't that many
What
people.
if it knocks you unconscious for a day? I guess we stay here.
We are
There are
relatively
worse
speaking
places.
safe for the moment. So
Or makes you all weak.
I'm doing it! Fuck, I'm
ugly,
doing it! You can't
or
stop me! Ha ha!
fat. What if it makes you fat?
Well,
There are worse things.
yeah, there are worse things.
I'm
I'd be
gonna have some
hilarious
chocolate.
fat.
I want some chocolate.
Have some chocolate.
I just drink a bowl of chocolate.
You use your possibly God-given bowl and just summon up a full bowl of drinking chocolate.
I drink all of it.
I don't feel good.
Okay.
I'm going to have another bowl of chocolate. That'll help. You use
that's
your eye.
probably not a good idea.
If you just had 2 bowls of chocolate in the space of a second.
Oh.
Halfway into your second one.
Well, we've had a rough few days. Have all the chocolate you want. Right. Let's.
thing that
I
has
mean,
a
Leah
limit.
and Clara are still asleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to another room and do this so that we don't wake them up because
Yeah.
there's no need.
Right.
I'm going to leave a note in case we vanish into another dimension.
That's a good idea. Maybe I should be on my own for this.
No.
Okay.
Right.
We were in a sitting room before. Can we go into his study or his bedroom or something like that?
There is a dining room close by.
Dining room with a
that's it.
table would probably be
Yeah.
helpful.
I
wouldn't
will
it?
write a note saying, playing with the eye may have vanished. This is dumb. Bye.
It's all like with letters the wrong way around.
Yeah,
I do not spell it well.
It is not well spelled.
I think you rolled for spelling. That's adorable.
What do you roll for spelling?
Intelligence.
Definitely intelligence.
So and I guess, yeah. Anyway, so the possibly with disadvantage if it's in a language you don't know.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, you head into Destin's ridiculously gaudy, over the top dining room. This one has some beautiful paintings of horses, just majestic horses on the walls. You,
Bit random, isn't it? I'd say. Looking at the walls.
it reminds you a little bit of the dog room, but it's yeah.
Is it? Are we doing animal themes for each rooms?
Well,
that
I've
what's
gotta
happening?
Wonder, yeah. Although most full-size horses are a bit too big for most halflings.
They are actually ponies for the most part, but there are a couple of horses as well. Have any of you been to the water closet in here?
Oh, I've definitely shat
Yeah,
since
okay.
last night.
Yeah. The
Obviously.
Destin has indoor plumbing, and that one is full of just pictures of tortoises. Tortoises, turtles, anything with like reptilian with a shell.
Yep, if anyone's been for a piss in the last 8 hours, we will have noticed we have tortoises as well. This man's weird. Weird man.
He's got a thing about animals, or sorry, had a thing about animals.
Maybe we should be nicer about the dead man downstairs.
So,
Yeah.
That's sort of academic at this point, isn't it?
He's dead either way.
True.
you sit down in the plush little dining room chairs. They've lovely cushioning. And with the two of you watching, Celestia, you take out the Kraken's eye.
Put it
the eye
on the
of the storm.
table in front of me.
Place it on this table in front of you.
And I say to it, oh, how do I word this? Sorry, I'm taking a second out of character here.
Fine.
Show me Olga Gristlegums asking the favour that we talked about in the hag deal.
Oh,
I think that's pretty specific.
yeah.
And I spin it like a spinning top in the middle of the table.
Oh.
Is the game of spin the bottle?
No, it doesn't have a bit that sticks out, so you wouldn't.
Celestia goes quiet.
The eye begins to spins gently in place and continues spinning. As it spins, it sort of does a bit of a lazy circle, so there's like a ring like in the middle of where it's spinning. Ooh. And you just sort of focus on it, Celestia. And to the pair of you, Celestia just stares at this continuously spinning little gem for the next 10 minutes, actually 20 minutes. But 10 minutes in, something happens. And I'll get to that. Celestia.
Oh, God.
As you stare into the eye of the storm, you see that it sort of spins and spins in a little circle. And then the circle widens as the path of its spinning grows wider and wider. And you can see in the centre of it, there seems to be little ripples. And it's almost like you are looking into a rippling surface of water that is dark and cloudy within. And the circle grows wider and wider until it's larger than the table, until it begins to expand to fill every inch of what you can see, and you feel yourself tipping, falling forwards towards a vast ocean. And with a splash, you are pulled in. You feel your breath leaving you, and there's a moment of panic as you look around, and suddenly it's like you are deep underwater. There are faint ripples of light above, and around you, looking all around, you can see echoes, shadows. It's as if in the water you can see images of yourself at different moments, images of Scamp, of Corzin, of Clara, of Leah, skipping out, different person. There's an image of Briggs, many people that you don't recognise, and then Olga. You catch sight of her, you focus in, and you don't so much swim as drift towards this image of her, and you see it seems to explode outwards into hundreds, thousands of different instances, and you feel that sense of connection to something greater than you grows, it strengthens, and you feel it pull you forwards, deeper, closer towards what it is you seek.
I'd imagine I kind of reach out for it.
As you reach it, you can just see a rippling around an image, around a moment. Your fingers press through it, and it's like you feel yourself emerging through the water. Take a moment, blink, look around. You are somewhere dark, somewhere underground. It's hard to tell exactly where. There is architecture around you. You're not 100. It's hard to tell immediately what sort of architecture it is. You can take some time to study
mushrooms or anything like that?
There don't seem to be mushrooms.
Is it lit by anything?
There are... A moment, just check. Okay. There is no light here, but there is light from further down. You can see this is a corridor of some sort. Mm-hmm. That stretches on into the distance. It's dark, but there is light approaching, soft purple light, which is growing quickly. You kind of look down, and your dark vision illuminates what you can see. You can see the fallen form of Olga Gristlegums, dead on the floor. She appears to have been shot, stabbed, burned. There are other injuries you can't clearly tell. And you can hear the sounds of feet running from further down this corridor. And you see 4 figures approach. Leah Dunn, Scamp, friend, Corzin Horhace, and Celestia Stardust. Mm-hmm. You are all...
No Clara.
There is no Clara.
Okay.
You are all running up. So what happens next? It's like you're observing it. No one else can see you. You are just standing there. You can't seem to leave this position. Like, you walk a few feet away. If you walk more than about 10 feet away, you see the ripples of the sea start to appear in the air.
Okay, so I
like
have
this
to
is
stay
the
close
edge
by.
of where you can see. So you have to stay around here. But you see your possibly future selves approach. Okay, so we're just going to play this now. A few, as your own characters, a couple of things. You all know what has happened to Clara. You have discussed it, and therefore would have no need to discuss it now.
Okay.
Okay.
So that is not. So I'm going to just state that is not information that you will be able to glean during this vision.
Fair enough.
You have you have just slain Olga. So you do know that.
Like, momentarily.
Yeah, like moments ago. So yes, I'm going to say then the four of you race up towards Olga's body, and it seems that the illusion of her skin, you can actually see her skin melts and peels away to reveal the true horrifying blue form below. She is garbed in the same sort of black robe and slightly ragged clothing that she always wears.
Does she have the eye on her?
Kneeling down, you begin to search her.
I want to check if she's dead first.
Scamp, give me an investigation check, since we are here in the future.
Yeah, so we are playing the scenes as our characters.
You are playing
in
the
this
scenes
mode.
as your characters in the future.
It's a 9. I shouldn't be the one doing this. Is she definitely dead?
I'll have a look too. I want to have a look.
Okay, give me an investigation
Don't
check
really
as
want
well.
to touch her.
That's far too good for this one.
11.
Okay, you kneel down, and Corzin, with you assisting, like checking.
Can I do a
medicine check.
medicine check?
Be careful.
I just don't trust her to be dead.
I don't trust her not to be trapped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like something's going to happen if we touch her, you know?
7.
Okay, as far as you can tell from the multiple gunshot wounds, the fire, the burns, the various other damage, Olga seems to actually be dead.
That's more than enough to put down anything humanoid, but...
She's not human, though, is she? Do you think it's done? Do you think we're free?
Wait, is she like a person? Will she rise if we don't do stuff?
I mean,
I'll feel happier once we've burnt the remains.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to burn the bitch either way, to be honest.
Well, you search the body, Scamp, and you find first of all you find around her neck a golden chain with a matching hawk's eye stone to the one that Celestia has.
Got another one of these.
The fuck do we do with that?
You also find you find her bag of tricks. She's already used up most of them, thrown most of the potions within. Of course, you know what all of those are, so you don't feel the need to discuss them. But you do find tucked within there are 2 small envelopes. One sealed with purple ribbon, one sealed with green. Three envelopes. One sealed with purple ribbon, one sealed with green, one sealed with blue ribbon. As you touch the one with the purple ribbon, the ribbon comes off, and in a very familiar fashion, the letter unfolds.
Oh shit.
And the writing on it
Sorry, I didn't mean to touch it.
begins to speak. This is the last will and testament of Olga Grisselgums.
If she has a fucking will.
Congratulations! If you're hearing this, then someone has killed me. I suppose it had to happen eventually, you shits.
Sorry.
Fuck you.
If you're quite done leveraging whatever insults you will have leveraged at my corpse, here is my will. First and foremost, all of my possessions, including the eye of the storm I wore upon my neck, are to go to my apprentice, Clara Off. In addition, There is a green ribboned letter that you will find upon my person. This should be delivered to Clara within a week of its receipt, or the person who found it will receive a curse, just to ensure
Fuck's
the proper
sake.
delivery. It contains instructions and useful information that will help her in the quest ahead, as I also entrust to her the task that I put my life to. One last thing. It is very likely that by the time you read this, one of you may have found your own Eye of the Storm. And if you are anything like me, you may have used it to stare forward to the moment of my death in order to figure out how best to kill me. If this is true, then you will remember seeing this in the past. With that in mind, I encourage the person who did that to open the blue ribboned letter. It is not cursed, and you will find I have left a message for you in the past.
So
You...
that would be
Yeah.
Celestia in this flash forward that would need to open the letter.
Yeah, so Celestia, you in the future, remember seeing this in the past.
Well, I've got to open it, haven't I?
Or I could burn it.
Yeah, I'm half tempted to just burn everything here. We do not need to let this go any further.
Well, one of them's going to give us a curse. That one we can't burn.
I have an out of character question.
Yes.
This is a time travel question. Do I remember opening it?
If
Do I remember it being opened?
I mean, you remember whatever the outcome of this moment is.
Okay.
So,
But,
you. Okay, actually, no. This is the thing. Since it is most likely, because the way future visions work, it's what's most likely.
Yeah.
It is
Right.
most likely that you would be able to open the letter. So, future you will remember the letter being opened and what it says. But
Present you doesn't.
present you doesn't know what's in it, and future you will also know by now that that it is possible to change the future. Mm-hmm. So you could destroy it, and that version of you will still know what it said, but the version of you that is here in the present won't. Paradox fun.
Oh, God.
Yep.
What if this is information that we needed to get here?
Oh. That's enough to tie somebody's brain in a knot.
But what if we burn the letter and then we don't get here to kill her?
Okay, that's true.
This is...
We need that information, don't we?
Yeah, time's fucking weird, and I think we do.
But you can change the future. It's not set, is it?
It's not.
It's not written in stone.
It's not set, but I think I have a better chance of changing the future if I've read the letter in the past.
Alright.
Are we real or are we just a vision? I don't know what's happening anymore.
I don't know.
Celestia in the present, how are you reacting to what you're seeing?
Celestia in the present is just sort of propping herself up on a wall, wide-eyed, like... This is a bit much, to be honest.
I poke Corzin in the side of the head.
Corzin seems real.
You feel real? I'm going to check
Yes.
again.
Back to
And
future
again.
Celestia.
Yeah, back to future Celestia.
I'm as real as I was a moment ago.
I think I've got to read this.
How about now? I'm just poking Corzin.
I think we could really fuck
He
things
just
if I don't.
slaps their hand away.
Okay.
I'm going to open it. I'm opening it. I
Okay,
open it.
you open it.
And past Celestia looks over her
Looks
shoulder.
over the shoulder. Okay, so the first line of the letter reads, "Whoever is reading this, you may find it useful not to mention exactly how you got this information to whoever you speak to in the past, as this will minimize paradox problems, which will cause you a great deal of headache. However, it seems that you've decided to muddy yourself in the waters of the future. Here are 2 dates that will be useful for you to know. The first one can be anywhere, but for best effect, make it the same location as the second. The first date is the year 2300 in Crosswater. The second...
Past Celestia goes, fuck, to herself. No one hears.
Yeah. The second date is the year 1963 in Crosswater. The second one is the most current version of events at the time I wrote it. My advice to you is this. The future can be changed, and those with the knowledge of the future change it all the time. But some events seem to still happen no matter what we do. Since I am dead, if this future continues and I do end up dead by your hand, it's your job now to stop the future. And as the four of you are staring flabbergasted at this note, your 10 minutes start to come to an end, and you see as the bubble begins to draw in and the rippling water around you soaks in until you are once again submerged deep in the deep ocean of possibility, and you feel yourself clambering, struggling back up to the surface. And as the light above grows brighter and brighter, everything begins to blur in bright light until you blink and find yourself staring at a spinning stone which finally slows and stops. The other two of you, 10 minutes into this 20 minutes, Celestia has been staring at the spinning stone, blinked once, and when her eyes opened again, you just saw pools of water. And then when you blink them at the end of the 20 minutes, your eyes are back.
I kind of step up from the table really quickly.
Celestia, are you alright?
Yeah. That bad? Well, I didn't see the favour.
Oh shit! Sorry, they're reversing back in time. That was actually the most important thing I needed to mention. There's also a note. There's also a note on the message saying, "One last thing." In the original letter. One last thing. This is me genuinely forgetting.
Okay.
There's one last point in my will and testament, by the way. If I have managed to capture favours from the others, they will be as follows. Celestia, at least, I know I still have a favour owed from. The task I ask of you is to find the Holy Grail and return it to Clara.
Oh, God. That was Ellie, not Celestia.
Yeah. Spinning forward in time, you've just opened your eyes.
We're going to retcon that
last moment. Yeah, retcon that last moment.
I stand up from the table and step back from the eye like, oh, shit. That bad? Yep.
What happened?
I think let's start positive. She was dead.
Hey!
In the future.
Good.
So
I'm liking it so far.
It looked like we'd killed her. There's us and Leah. Don't know where Clara was. We didn't mention it, so I assume we knew in the future. But so we'd killed her, and there was a will basically saying everything be left to Clara, and then it got really weird. So I'm not supposed to tell you how I got this information because apparently that will cause paradoxes. I'm not sure I even understand what a paradox properly is.
Just tell us the information.
The information, I'm not going to tell you how I got it because apparently that means there's less chance of it happening. So, oh fuck, where do I start? Well, the favour incidentally happens anyway, whether she's dead or not. And the favour is to find the Holy Grail and return it to Clara. There wasn't a time limit on it,
Is
but
that an actual thing?
out of character, what do we know about the Holy Grail?
It is a historical thing. It was as mentioned previously, the allegedly the one tear shed by the regent.
Oh yeah, we
that
talked
was
about
used
it.
to keep the whole city of Tyre healthy for about a century and a half
But
before it
no
got
one's
nicked.
seen it. In
Because it's been lost for like a millennium and a half.
No one's seen that in 1,500 years.
But we could scry on it.
We could scry on it.
Possibly.
That is true. Unless it's somewhere unscribable. If I had the Grail, I'd put it in a fucking lead box.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's actually bigger stuff than that we have to worry about.
Go
So
on.
there are 2 dates that I have to look at really far in the future because bad things are going to happen and I have to stop them.
Right.
Since
Apparently
we've all
whoever
been
sees into the
concerned with-
future, they need to know these dates so that they can try and change it. Both in Crosswater, the year 2300.
Has Olga been trying to save the future?
That's
Is that what
Really?
you're saying?
I don't know, maybe.
that's over
Is
500 years.
Olga the
from
hero
now.
now? Are we the villains?
No,
You
of
don't
course
know.
not. Don't be silly.
20,000 people, my darling. No.
But if she's doing that to save the future, if these are things she's doing in order to stop the world ending,
I wasn't expecting seeing the future to be this bad. I just thought I was going to,
no,
scry
I
on my
was
brother and stuff.
Speaking
That's
of
kind
which, by the way, please add a note to your character sheet now saying future and add 1 tally mark after
Oh
it.
my god! What does that mean? Oh god!
No, thank you.
No, come on. Let's be
Obviously,
sensible
Celestia
about
doesn't
what
know this. So yeah, I have to look at those 2 dates because it could be something really bad that we have to stop.
you get 3 charges a day, don't you? 3
Yeah.
uses. I would say
2300 and 1963.
don't use them all now in case we need it for some reason before we leave this place.
Right.
Use them at the end
Yeah,
of the
that's
day.
probably very sensible.
That is
Also-
sensible. I mean, that's maddening, and I want to know what it is right now. But-
Look, given what we know of Olga, does it not seem at least plausible to you that the only reason she'd be concerned about either of those things, if they are world-ending events, is simply because it would stop her from fucking about with people?
Yeah, but that doesn't stop her wanting to save the world.
Yeah. I mean, if you were immortal, because we know hags live forever, whatever you did to the people in it, you'd want there to be a world.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, it's
No,
not
not
for-
exactly. Because she'd still want to save it, is the point.
Which means if we kill her, we lose a powerful ally in saving the world.
Fuck that, she's dying.
Yeah. But...
There are better people to do it. Literally anyone else being alive. Apparently, now that I can see the future, this is a thing that I might have to tell people so that other people can get involved. But,
Where was she? Where did we get her?
a cave. Dark cave.
Cave.
Man-made or natural?
Possibly
Man-made
her
or
lair.
It's definitely man-made. Give me a history check for knowledge of architecture.
Okay. Oh, God, 9.
Not dwarven. Had similar architectural motifs to drow architecture, but wasn't drow architecture as far as you can tell.
I don't think it was drow. I don't think it was in the Underdark. Not the dwarves.
Finger Snap's lair?
Maybe, if it's
It's a
underground.
ruined temple underneath whatever.
Could be.
That could be it.
Yep.
This is not the future that will be, is it? It's the future that could be.
Yeah,
The
it
most
was quite
likely.
clear that it could change.
Okay.
I think that's how it works with the future. When I looked into it, I could see hundreds of sort of fragments of things that could happen. I didn't see any of them in detail, but it felt like possibilities.
And anything could change. Nothing's fixed. Or
She seemed to think that certain things were fixed, but I don't know how you find that out.
maybe she's been trying different things, and whatever happens on these dates, she's been trying, looking, and nothing's changed. So they look fixed, but there is something that will change it.
Yeah.
That's what she's searching for.
She was obviously looking for it. I mean, the thing is, if you thought you were going to be alive in the year 2300, you would, you'd invest, wouldn't you? You'd try and keep everything here.
I suppose.
I mean, how long are you going to live? Can you live that long?
How long do elves live? 500 is not ridiculous, is it?
Yeah, 600 is like a ripe old age. 700 is a bit like Norret.
Yeah.
Like it's Norret level claims.
I mean, I suppose conceivably I could still be alive. I just I've been a bit preoccupied lately.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I wonder what it'll be like then.
What were the dates?
2300 and 1963.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to see either of those.
Well, that's very sad.
Yeah.
Well, if anything's a takeaway from this is that nothing is certain when it comes to time.
Do we tell Clara?
No,
I don't think anything helpful can come from telling Clara.
absolutely not. If we want to try and keep her away from becoming like what Olga is, we have to ensure that she stays as far away from any of this as possible.
How different did we look?
How different did we look?
Not very different. Scamp seemed to be about the same age, as far as you can tell.
Could be anything within a year, though, couldn't it, really?
You had some minor...
war because of magic!
Yeah.
You had, I'm going to say you... Judging from what's most likely, you had a new shirt, same coat.
That doesn't say anything.
No.
You have the same clothes. and you'd be worried.
Corzin also had at least seemed to have had his vest repaired, so there wasn't the damage that he's
it'd
just
be
suffered
decades
to
in the
it.
future.
But yeah, like it seemed to be broadly present-ish.
Yeah.
So not years and years in the future.
We weren't visibly older. I mean, we'd notice it in you because you're little.
And I aged
Alright.
quick. So if it is this lair, potentially, and it's not far in the future,
We should prepare.
Yes, we should.
if we're heading there,
I mean,
No,
I had a new shirt, but
well,
that could be in 3 days, really, couldn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you went and raided the closets in this house and got yourself a new outfit before we even left.
I mean, I feel like if I get a new shirt now, the future's going to happen. So,
Just don't get that shirt.
Really
Just get a
terrified.
different shirt.
okay.
By the way,
remember
if
the
anyone
shirt?
wants to ransack this house at any point, I will require an investigation check. But yeah,
I will do, but not right at this
Yeah.
moment.
Not at this second, but
Do you remember what the shirt looked like?
do I remember what the shirt looked like?
if you were going to get Fighty to commission you a new shirt, what would you want?
There'd be a silver collar. There would be, like ballroom dancers when they have the really low plunging neckline and there's rhinestones coming out from it. It would be like that.
Yeah. Okay, you were wearing a purple shirt with a high
Sparkle
silver
tits.
collar, a really low V-shaped neckline with lots of
Not
rhinestones
too
on
high a
it.
collar, not like drow
Yeah,
high.
yeah, but it's not quite high. However, this is the most likely outfit you are likely to be wearing based on your current fashion choices, and therefore what you would have looked like in the future.
It was a really good shirt.
Well, you can't have it.
It had
You
gems
can't
on.
have it.
Oh.
We don't know that Celestia's shirt is the defining
I mean, I
factor in the
don't
future.
feel like my shirt is going to change the events that much.
Well, I think we should be careful. Corzin, you should shave your head. Was his head shaved in this
No, it
one?
wasn't.
No, Corzin, you have to shave your head.
Corzin, you would not have before this moment made a definite decision to shave your head at any moment, so Corzin's head was not shaved.
I mean, I suppose, though, Celestia's staring into the middle distance. I suppose, though, if he only decides to shave his head now, only if I went forward now, his head would be shaved. I hate this. I just want to be a musician.
A person could end up with a screw loose thinking about this too much, but
Person
honestly,
could end up having a fucking stroke thinking about this too much. Fucking hell. Oh.
Okay. But the point is, if we are going into this lair and it is potentially the place we fight Olga next,
Yeah.
we can't.
Also, we have knowledge of the future so that we can influence how the future goes.
Yeah.
We can't let Leah and Clara walk into that not knowing. That's not fair.
Clara wasn't there.
That's worrying.
Yeah. Leah was. Clara wasn't.
Well, if I knew that we were about to face Olga, I'd want to make sure that Clara was as far away as possible.
Equally, though, it could be that it's after Clara gets back with Olga, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because Clara will go back to Olga eventually, as things currently are.
She'll have to, won't she?
Yeah, at least for a while. I mean, she doesn't have to. Technically, she could come with us. But brain juice and all that.
I think if we're going to do anything, it is going to be most beneficial to keep Clara as far away from Olga for as long as we possibly can.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Because, I mean, you've all seen it. Like, she's
Yeah.
far gone, but I'm not willing to believe that she's irredeemable at this point.
There's something still there.
Yes, there's
a
some
normal
spark of
person.
the innocent girl that she was before she met Olga.
I mean, not having a childhood doesn't doom you to being a terrible person forever.
No, I wasn't saying it did.
No, but that's my point. She's savable. She's not going to
Yeah.
have a normal childhood, whatever we do. She's beyond that. But that doesn't mean that she's completely unsalvageable and she's going to be a terrible person.
I think given the situation, it kind of is our responsibility to ensure that she doesn't have a childhood that turns her into a person like Olga.
If we can, it would be really good to make the rest of it better. She's only 7. She's still got time. She's not going to be a normal kid, like, too much has happened, but
She's
she
in
can
this
be all right.
situation partially because of us. I think we owe her at least whatever we can in order to ensure she doesn't end up like that.
We've got to try. Equally, though,
Yes.
we have to remember that we are not in charge of her. We can't make the decision for her. Because if we do, she'll run. And also, I think after everything, she deserves agency.
Yeah.
I agree with you, although that does raise another question.
What?
What do we do if she chooses Olga?
Murder Olga.
Let's see if that changes anything.
Well, that
Yep.
was a plan regardless,
But see if that changes things for her.
possibly.
She's going to be left without Olga either way.
We should try and scry on the last scribal location of the Holy Grail. Just as a precaution.
Right this second?
No, not right this second,
No.
but at some point.
At some
I
point.
thought of it and I thought I should say it out loud because I forget things a lot.
That's a good idea. I'm going
That's
to
a
write
good
that
idea,
down.
yeah.
Scry on Grail. Celestia writes down in her song notebook.
Last scribal location, because it's probably not scribal now, but if
Yeah.
it is, that'll take us there now.
I mean, it's got to have been scribal at some point, hasn't it?
You'd hope so. If it's,
Even that, if that was
if it's
right
the
after it
regent
was
crying,
created.
that's no good.
Maybe this is Olga just fucking with us. Maybe she doesn't expect us to do it and she just expects me to be cursed with, unbearable agony for the rest of my life.
Well, that's why
That
we
would
need to
be
find
very
it.
much, that would be very much in Olga's established way of working. But I think that
Can you imagine if we found it? I'm saying, if we find the Holy Grail,
Us three finding the Holy Grail.
can you imagine how angry the church would be that all
he
their holy
gestures
warriors didn't find it?
Oh!
he
Oh!
gestures at the eye, going, "Look, stranger things have happened, haven't they?"
True.
I mean... Once to be Drow High Priestess finding the Holy Grail of the Regent's Tear. That is fucking
Demon
excellent.
child! Demon child!
Run away, Holy Drow Priestess, Demon Child, and fucking Sailor finding the Holy Grail.
The walking armory.
That is
2
that is
foot 10 arms
actually an
to the
amusing
teeth, man. Well, this morning's been a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
Talking of
the
which,
next
what
thing I was
time
going to do was I was just going to look in on my brother and see if he was any closer on the trail towards me. But it all seems a bit small now, doesn't it?
Unless
Well, it's
he's in
still
town.
useful information if you're up to it, but please
Maybe it's
be
worth
kind
spending
to yourself.
one on that and then holding on to the last one for emergencies.
Yes, I think maybe having one until the end of the day isn't a bad shout. I'm going to do that.
Okay,
I want to
well,
know where Adrian is. Also, that actually sounds much less scary than anything else we are looking at.
I've had a lot of chocolate and I'm feeling a little unwell, so I'm going to go visit the turtles.
Right, okay, you go visit the turtles.
I'm going to go and visit the turtles is the best euphemism for going for a shit I've ever heard. I'm just going to go visit the turtles. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Man about a dog.
Let's
all
make
gonna
this
have
a
to
thing
use
that
that
we
now.
say in the campaign.
Yeah.
First of all, it is 3 o'clock in the morning. Secondly, Scamp, information that you did glean from the identify spell is that whatever power the eye has, it regains at dawn.
Dawn. It's not dawn,
Dawn.
yet. What time's dawn?
Dawn at this time of year, which is around just
Winter.
before the start of spring, I want to
Corzin
say is about like 5:30ish.
Okay.
So we got maybe 3 hours.
Okay, by the way, that thing resets at dawn, so use all its charges now.
Oh,
I'm going to
fucking
go
hell,
vomit.
let's do all the things.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to be here for any of this? Shall we wait
No,
for
I
you
need
to
to
visit the
vomit.
turtles? Okay,
Okay.
go be sick.
You
Fuck
head
off.
to the turtles. As you bend over the turtle pot, Scamp, roll a d100.
Oh god.
Oh, God.
The worst person!
Oh, wow.
78.
70.
I feel like that's really bad. Why does that sound so bad?
Roll a saving throw against your. Roll a wisdom save, I think this is. I'm just going to double check.
17.
That is higher than your DC.
Yes. What am I doing?
Yep, it
no.
is wisdom. It is
I'm
wisdom.
so sad I succeeded.
Okay, you feel your horns growing for a moment.
Can I just voluntarily fail? Because
can
it's
if you
funnier
wish.
and I want to know what
Okay,
happened.
you feel your horns begin to grow longer, curl more. You feel hair growing on your body. You could resist this, but you're curious and you just let it happen. And suddenly the position of your limbs change. The angles of them adjust. Your hands withdraw into cloven hooves. The hair on your clothes merge with your skin, and the hair on your body grows out into long, long curls of wool.
Are you a fucking sheep?
Regent's teeth.
5 minutes later, the pair of you are getting ready for your next to figure out what you're next doing, and you just hear.
What? Corzin, am I going mad? Is this thing sending me crazy?
No.
I'm going to go back into the room.
Well,
Sweet
actually,
Regent, it's the Goat Lord.
here's a
We don't know it's
thing.
Scamp. We've got no reason to know it's Scamp. Is it just a sheep? Is that what it is?
Yeah, so let's take a look at this.
Oh god.
So it is entirely a sheep. I mean, you retain your alignment and personality, but your statistics, including mental ability
Yeah,
scores,
because this is not a shape change, this is a polymorph.
this is a polymorph.
Oh, no.
You are a sheep. You have the same personality you had before, but you are entirely a sheep for the next hour.
Where did Scamp go? Are they still having a shit? The sheep's in the room now, mate. Like, it's happened.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, the sheep wanders in.
Okay.
Why is there
is
a
there
sheep here?
what? That's a very good question. Is there any feature of this sheep that looks recognisably Scamp-like?
I'm going to start eating the carpet.
As the sheep starts eating the carpet, you do see there is tied around one of its curly ram's horns a piece of a familiar piece of leather.
Oh.
Look.
Oh shit.
I mean,
that
is this
permanent? Are there sheep forever now?
I don't know. Do you
Okay, magic
have
things
any
with
means
Scamp.
of...
They haven't really been permanent before. The longest it's lasted is about a month. When they couldn't get drunk for that amount of time.
Are we seriously considering just carrying a sheep around with us for a month?
I mean, I'm not leaving it here. Because that is Scamp, isn't it?
It's gotta be.
Fucking hell. This morning is a lot.
I want to try and eat the eye.
Don't stop it!
No. Make opposed dexterity checks.
Oh God, why are you like this?
5.
1. Corzin, help, please.
Oh shit!
Is it a check or...
It's too late for me to be able to
I guess
check.
technically this is an acrobatics check from everyone.
It's
Actually,
a
I
1.
don't know what the dexterity of a sheep
I'll tell you
is.
what the dex of a sheep is. One moment.
Corzin, what did you get, hon?
14. What was your die roll, Scamp?
3.
Okay, no, it's not high enough. You, Corzin, you are able to snatch the eye out of the way before it can do that. As Corzin snatches the eye, you feel a sort of tug on yourself, and like it's almost like someone has just grabbed hold of your soul.
Oh, give that back.
Bad Scamp.
Yeah, give that here, Corzin, give it back.
I pass it to her.
Thank you.
Oh, the feeling goes away.
What? Did that hurt you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I wasn't expecting that to be a thing. Well, that's disturbing. There's a sheep here.
You're linked to it. It makes sense.
Scamp, can you actually hear what we're saying? Can you understand us?
One bleep
once
for yes, 2 bleats for no.
Yeah, 2 bleats for no.
Oh,
Scamp, if you do understand, you're an absolute fucker. Right, well, there's fuck all we can do about this, isn't there?
I go back to eating the carpet.
Yeah.
From the next room, you feel the sound. You hear soft padding sounds as a monkey wielding a long knife comes in.
Oh, the fucking menagerie's here.
Stares hungrily at the sheep.
I'm going to charge the monkey.
I guess make an unarmed attack roll for yourself and an attack roll for Jeffrey.
Well, Jeffrey has gotten a lot.
can
That
Corzin
is
try and interpose himself into this
24.
madness?
Celestia's staying well fucking out of it,
Scamp,
babe.
the sheep, got a... Well, it would just be strength, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So 3.
Okay, I mean, which of the two would you like to try and stop? Because you can try and impose disadvantage on one of them.
I'm gonna try and
attack.
tackle Jeffrey
Okay.
out of the way.
Okay, well that doesn't stop the... Okay, I'll roll an initiative check against Jeffrey then to see which of you acts first.
What room are we in?
You're in the dining room.
Celestia's going to sit at the far end of the dining table and just get out a bottle of fucking whiskey and just swing it while this is happening. Because fuck it at this
22.
point.
8.
Okay, yeah. Make an athletics check to grab Jeffrey. Make an acrobatics check for Jeffrey to
The
avoid.
fan artists are like fucking shitting themselves at the start of this episode.
23.
Jesus.
Oh, that's a... Oh, it's a 15. No, sorry, it's a 13.
Jeffrey leaps nimbly out of your way and slashes the sheep, just stabs the sheep in the shoulder, apparently really wanting mutton. Roll damage?
9.
Is that enough to like, have you got
Oh,
the
that breaks the sheep, yeah.
how many hit points does the sheep have?
4.
Okay, you take 5 points of damage as you see Jeffrey slashes open the throat of the sheep. And you watch the sheep pulls to the side, blood spurting from its neck, and then suddenly the horns sink back in, the hair just falls off and burns away as clothes begin to emerge from the sheep's naked skin. And the form of Scamp with a light cut across their neck emerges. And Jeffrey licks the blood from the knife and then goes
I give Jeffrey a hug.
and hugs you very tightly.
Celestia just silently swigs whiskey. Lights herself up a fucking pipe at this point.
Yeah.
Gently smokes at the end of the table.
Roll an addiction check.
Oh yeah, shit. Not addicted.
Cool.
What in the name of St. Mannin's mandibles was that?
At this point,
I ate some carpet.
Scamp, Clara walks in looking kind of bleary and tired.
It's just Jeffrey on top of Scamp's chest, Corzin standing over them at me at the end of the room with wide eyes and a pipe hanging out her mouth.
And Leah arrives shortly thereafter. Sorry, did I hear bleating?
I don't even know how to catch you up on this one, darling. A lot's
Magic.
happened in the last 20 minutes.
I was a sheep.
That wasn't even the weirdest thing that happened in the last
Why
20
were you a
minutes.
sheep, though?
Ooh, I need a minute. Here. Fucking hell. Why were you a sheep?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Yes, Jeffrey saved me.
Jeffrey slit
not-
your fucking throat. It was
Jeffrey has a
terrifying.
blood-soaked knife.
That was really, actually, genuinely terrifying because... what if he'd actually killed you? Honestly, don't scare me like that again.
I'm sorry, I involuntarily turned into a sheep.
Jeffrey hangs his head.
How long would it have lasted if we hadn't killed you?
I don't know.
Because the longest thing has been like a month. If you're a sheep for a month, that'd be really hard to deal with.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you do your thing?
No, you were a sheep and I
We
got
were waiting for you to
distracted.
finish visiting the turtles. He turns to Clara and says, don't ask.
Right, so I've got twice more that I can use the stone until dawn, and then maybe straight after dawn we should also use it again so that I can get both of these years in and we can find out about the Doomsday Prophecy!
Leah goes,
Basically.
Wait, what?
The one we weren't going to talk about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true,
shall
never
we
mind.
Just
I
not...
suppose it doesn't really matter, does it?
I don't know. It might not be a doomsday prophecy.
We don't know what it is yet.
It might be that.
Also,
it
I
was
was
a-
only not supposed to talk about how exactly I found the information. I wasn't told not to talk about the
It
information.
might just be a day where everyone got naked and she wants you to see it.
I mean, it is Olga.
Alright, look. Until we have a better idea of how this whole being able to see the future thing works, I think the most sensible thing to do is to ensure that the number of people who are aware of what future events might possibly be is as low as we can make it.
Yeah, I mean, the one that we just looked at, some of it some people need to know about.
Yeah.
What's the verdict on that one?
Let's see what it is in the future, and then decide maybe.
Yeah, but I mean
Yeah.
what I went to look at in the first place.
Clara quietly is just sort of standing there watching you.
I mean, I think she probably worked it out. She's smarter than me.
You're very smart. I say looking at Clara.
Yes.
But, I mean, is it helpful for people to know that? Should they know that? We know it. It feels unfair if they don't, but then if they know it, will it change it? Oh, fuck. I hate this.
Okay. Bare bones. Less details.
Yes, not all the details.
I mean,
Okay.
you might know already.
You might know already.
This feels a little like one of the times when after Olga stared into the stone, she would mutter about needing to strangle a chicken just to get the frustration out.
Probably that. That sounds like...
Did anybody have a chicken?
no,
no.
I was a sheep. You missed your chance.
Well, you know, I didn't think of killing you as the first solution to that problem.
Well, that's where you
Which
went
I'm
wrong.
sure we're all very grateful. Oh,
Celestia takes a big drag of her pipe.
Okay.
Corzin just pinches the bridge of his nose.
So we need to look at these 2 dates.
Yes, and also we could do with looking in on my brother, but if it resets at dawn, we could quite easily do all 3 in the next couple of hours.
Let's do that.
Do your brother first.
I need some breakfast.
Shall I
I
look
threw
at
up
my
all the
brother
chocolate.
first? You threw up all the chocolate.
I did. I need some breakfast.
You threw up and turned into a sheep. Did you do those things at the same time? Yes! Fucking hell! Ah! I don't really know what to do with this.
Stare into your thingy.
I mean,
gonna
should
get
I
breakfast.
catch up Leah and Clara quickly before I
No, we'll do
that?
it. You do it. We'll catch them up while you're...
That's a very good idea. You two catch them up because you didn't actually directly see it either, so you might be better to do it than I would.
Yes.
Because you
Right,
won't give
okay.
stuff away.
We'll
We'll
do that.
That's
How
good.
much information, or to look at another way, what don't you tell Leah and Clara?
Who was there?
Okay.
The details of the will beyond she knows that people are looking, and I think just tell her just the dates,
Okay.
just that Olga wants this.
Just mention the
Yeah.
foreknowledge of the future thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't mention to you that it was in a letter. I didn't mention to you that
No.
that was in the will. I purposely
Yeah.
didn't mention where exactly I got
Yeah.
that information
Yeah.
from.
So there's something that's supposed to happen in 2300 and one thing in 1963, both in Crosswater.
And Olga's trying to change them somehow.
All right. As you fill in Clara and Leah on the details, Celestia, you begin the process of focusing in upon the spinning eye, and once again it spins and spins, and as you watch it grows.
Do I have to say a name, or can I just say, "Show me my brother"?
You can just say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So
you
I
do say that.
Spin it and go, "Show me my brother."
And once again, the circle spins and expands, growing wider and wider until it brings you back into that deep pool, the endless sea. Okay. Rolling for whether you get something relevant or not.
Whether it's just having a poo.
Is it a toilet full of turtles? Because
I mean,
we have
given the time of
problems.
day,
Oh,
you could be
no.
sleeping.
It's probably asleep.
To gloss over the exact details, as you step into the bubble of, and again, it's sort of a bubble of water through which you step into a vision of what's happening, not in the past or the future, but the now. You find yourself in a room. It seems to be from the construction of the wooden plaster walls somewhere here on the surface. There is reasonably well kept wooden flooring. There is not too much furniture in this room. The majority of it is an extensive bed, where your brother is presently engaged.
He's having sex, isn't he?
With a half-elven prostitute.
Oh, I didn't want to see that. I say in the present.
And yet, for the next 10 minutes,
Oh,
even as you turn away,
fuck.
you're forced to listen to it.
You're the worst person. You're just the
That was a
Oh,
natural
dear.
one for relevant to your, inquiry.
Can I look out some windows and
Yes,
see?
so
Can I have a look around the room?
So you can have a look around the room.
whilst blocking my ears and
Oh,
looking
yeah.
away from my brother having sex with a person.
You try the curtains are drawn close, so you move to try and turn them, but your hands just sort of pass through it, and your hands themselves ripple like water as you do so, rather than the objects around. But you can get a certain amount peering through the cracks. So I'm going to ask you for an investigation check.
All my dice have been so bad to me today that I literally don't even know which one to roll at this point. I'm going to use the Stardust dice. So investigation. 14.
14. Okay.
Not horrendous.
Peering around, you take a look. You can just faintly you get about the same level of hearing that you would have if you were physically present.
Which I really don't
Which you
want.
really don't want right now. But also the same visual acuity, your ability to see in the darkness, which is important, as while the room itself is lit, the streets outside are not. And you're able to peer through the shutters. There's both shutters and curtains, and which means you have a limited view to draw through. But you can tell, hearing the sounds coming from beyond the walls, that this is not an isolated incident. You are clearly in some manner of brothel.
Oh, God.
You're able to tell that the
Yeah,
architecture is...
Do I recognise the brothel?
This is not the Lonely Shepherdess.
Or the Silken
You feel-
Sail,
or-
although that's not a
Good.
brothel anymore.
You're not really sure what the current state of the Silken Sail is, but it does not resemble the Silken Sail as it was when you went to it.
Yeah.
It does not appear to be the Lonely Shepherdess either.
Cool.
However, listening outside, you do hear one moment where a pair of late-night drunks are stumbling home through the darkness, muttering to each other. I have had too much to drink, Pierre. I can tell you have had too much to drink. Come on, we got to get our way back to the barracks, or the sergeant is going to whip our skin from our bones. I told you, we should not have tried the gnomish stuff. I'm never going to look the same way at backgammon pieces again.
You're a dick. This is a car crash.
As they stumble past. Come on. Apparently the Duchess is going to inspect the troops tomorrow, and we need to be in at least passable shape. By which point they kind of stumble out beyond the range of hearing.
Okay. That's helpful.
You can't see a lot of the architecture beyond. It doesn't appear to be a street you recognise upon sight.
I've not been here, yeah.
Yeah. Or if it is, it's from an angle you don't recognise.
Mm-hmm. Any, cues in what the buildings are made of? Anything like that would be helpful? If not, that's fine.
Again, it's hard to tell from the little slit you have. The architecture seems to be Sulian in nature. It matches the current styles. But you can't see any obvious landmarks. You're kind of just seeing across a street, and the buildings are slightly too high for you to get a view of the skyline of the skyline of the city. You do appear. It does sound like you're in a city rather than a town.
City?
Judging from the just little clues here and there, distant night sounds, it doesn't sound. You can't hear the countryside. In the same way.
It sounds like a city, because cities have a sound. Yeah. Cool. I resolutely look out of the window for the rest of the 10 minutes.
He doesn't stop.
Oh.
And 10 minutes later, you mercifully...
I sing to myself to cover the noise when I've got all the information that I can clean. I block my ears.
Yeah. I realised I forgot to actually roll his... wisdom save, but he does not notice you doing it. Anyway, so...
He's probably a bit distracted at the moment.
Yeah, he's a little distracted.
Yeah, so that kind of is quite in character, let's be honest.
And blessedly, the sound begins to fade as the bubble draws in. You are returned to the deep waters and resurface back into the waking world.
I need another drink.
You are having a bad night. What did you see?
He was having sex.
Oh.
He was having sex.
I don't know why it's important, but with who?
A prostitute, one assumes it was a brothel. I can hear loads of other people doing it. And I mean, if it was a hotel, it was a pretty fucking exciting hotel.
Right. Okay. No idea where?
Not really. I did hear some stuff. There were some drunk soldiers walking past. They had Sulian accents. They mentioned barracks, which is how I know that they were probably soldiers. And they said that the Duchess was coming to inspect the troops tomorrow.
Don't we know about a Duchess who's got control of lots of infantry?
Who's the Duchess? Where's she?
I definitely have notes somewhere.
I can't remember.
Roll an intelligence check.
Thank you. I'm really struggling to remember.
No, she left the capital a little while ago, didn't she?
She was based somewhere else, I thought.
So that's a 12.
You do remember a name. You don't think you ever saw her because you didn't really attend the National Assembly meetings when they were around. But
Corzin did.
Corzin did. And you both kind of recall that the Duchess Duvond.
Duchess Duvond.
While I look at the...
Was she an Alisant?
She was an Alisant, but is no longer. There we go. Duchess Lucetta Duvond, the Duchess Duvendion.
Uh-huh.
And you recall that she and a lot of the royalist nobility left Alisant when the nationalist army arrived.
Do we remember where they said they were going?
I think with that 14, you remember that they would have retreated to the south, because the south of Sul, with the exception of Portesals, which is kind of neutral, is very much the monarchist stronghold.
Okay, so he's in the south of Seoul somewhere.
And fighting against the more republicanist north.
So south of Seoul, so not actually that nearby. I mean, not ridiculously far.
That's comforting.
Dear.
If
the
reason he's here is to find you.
But wouldn't your parents be proud?
I'm never having sex ever again. Like, that's...
Aren't you guys super racist? Isn't that a thing that you're not meant to?
It was... What race is she?
She was half elven, so on the scale, on the racism scale, kind of dirty, but not like with but not as bad as full blood human.
Half elven, so would be sort of seen as a bit gross, but not really anything to ruin a person's reputation.
Your people are awful.
I know.
Yes.
I can't really sugarcoat how bad that is.
So it's not even useful blackmail.
No, I just listen to my brother have sex for 10 minutes.
I'm so sorry.
Me
Well,
too.
I'm sorry you had to hear that or witness that.
I'm not sure I can ever unhear that, really.
I'm gonna go get some more breakfast.
Also, it confirms that he has a sex drive, and I really wasn't. I'm not sure I wanted to know that. It's a
He's
bit
younger than you are, isn't he?
A little bit, yeah.
Well,
But
Right.
ugh, I don't know. It's a bit scary that he fucks people.
well.
Scarier than the fact
Hang
he
on.
kills people?
No, I need to retcon that.
Yeah, he is. I think
I'm sorry, I've got my siblings in the wrong
he
order.
is slightly older.
In the
than
wrong
you,
order.
I believe.
I'm middle child.
Yeah, he is slightly older.
Adrian is older than me. Quilena is younger.
Oh.
I have actually mentioned this in character
yeah,
before.
mentioned
I don't
this.
know why I got that wrong. I just
No, that's all right. I was just double checking
Because
in my
you
own
just
head.
spent 10 minutes watching your brother.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
he's older actually. Quilena's younger.
Oh, I see. Right.
Doesn't make it less weird.
No, it really doesn't.
Oh no, but it's just who he is as
You
well. He's
haven't-
such a fucking psycho. I don't want to think about him. I mean, he's also my brother, but also nutter.
Oh. You have another go in your weird little eye thing. I'm gonna go get some more breakfast. I'll make you some breakfast.
Have you not had enough breakfast?
My belly feels weird.
You did throw up, I suppose. You probably got nothing
That's
in
probably
it.
my dinner gone
Maybe
too.
don't go for chocolate though, because you'll throw it back up again.
I make no promises. And I run out the room.
Fucking hell, right. Well, should we start with 1963 then?
Might as well.
You're going to start with 1963.
Fuck
Okay.
it, yeah. Well, I figured
That's okay.
chronologically,
Yeah, no.
because I want to see it in order. I feel like that'll be more helpful.
Okay, so
Regent, preserve us. I mean, that's...
Are we even ready for this?
So not. That's why I'm getting breakfast.
Scap's just fuck this, bye. I mean, maybe it'll wipe out the memory of my brother having sex. Maybe it'll help if I see some destruction of the entire world. Maybe that'll erase it.
I can well believe that right now you're skeptical that anything can drive that particular image from your mind.
No,
but
that was
do
never
bear in
something I
mind-
needed to see. Also, now every time I have sex, I'm going to be like, is someone scrying on me? Not that, I've been having loads of sex, but, now I'm never doing it again.
Well, hopefully...
Leah just has
and he
a
points to
pair
the
of
eye,
raised
you won't need to
eyebrows
worry about that.
this whole time.
That wasn't pointed. Oh, shit. That sounded really bad.
It's okay. I didn't want the mental image of your brother having sex, so I'm really sorry that you had the physical one.
Yeah, it's not an image of any kind that you need, really, is it?
Well,
I really wasn't saying anything by that. That wasn't.
I know. I know.
I just meant that I'd never
Yeah.
want to have sex again because I feel like someone's going to be watching me from an unseen place. So, also...
and now that I know those exist, I don't want to either.
No.
Ever again.
Never again.
No. She reaches over, takes some of your whiskey, your whiskey
Yeah, have
bottle,
some whiskey.
uncorks it, has a solid swig before corking it, handing it back.
Yeah, don't... anything I say is going to make this worse. So just know that none of that was actually directed at you to any capacity. I'm gonna look into the future now because nothing can be worse than this.
Why would you say that?
Yeah,
Everyone's going to be naked and having sex. It's going to be your whole
It's
family.
a huge orgy with everyone I know ever.
In 1963 in Crosswater.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
The whole
60s,
town.
But
I was about to say that, yeah.
okay, so you stare into the stone. It spins, it expands. You find yourself back in the distant deep, and this time you feel yourself heading down, deeper and deeper into the blackness. The light above grows faint and then dark and is gone. You feel like you're drifting closer to something far, far below. Give me a perception check.
Oh, I'm rolling so badly today. 8.
Just a flicker for a moment of something far below you. Like a faint yellowish light, just for a moment, and then it's gone. But now you see something coming up closer through the darkness. A wavering image of city streets. The bubble approaches you and you feel yourself press through the water. When you blink, you actually have to reach into your pocket and get the... You don't know if they're even real here, but in some way you seem to still have your sunglasses. Because it is bright outside. It is a bright, sunny day. The sky is blue. There are a handful of clouds. And it takes you a moment to realise where you are. About the only thing that's still similar to what it used to be are the docks of Crosswater. Here and there, there's even at one point a jetty you still recognise from the time you were here. It's actually the same jetty you stood upon when you saw the whale spirit descend into the water. And as you look around, around and you see Crosswater has grown. Wider, but taller. Ridiculously taller. There are buildings here of high grey stone. No, wait, you've seen this before in older structures. It seems to be concrete, a material that's not really been seen properly since the Tyrian Empire. High, hundreds of feet higher in a few cases, spearing up above the skyline. There are wide streets covered in some sort of black stone that shimmers in the sunlight. And there is a wall of sound. Not just the sounds of people and chattering, moving forth, but there are people, thousands of them, humans, halflings, maybe tens of thousands, just going about their day-to-day life. There are dragonborn, there are orcs and
Tieflings?
Based on the most likely current set of events, yes. Walking openly, and not... although here and there people are still keeping a little distance, but walking openly. Hasn't gone entirely by this time, but there is much more... It seems there is much more acceptance. And a larger proportion of goblins, actually, as well. Mm-hmm. Which was a species you never really saw in Crosswater.
Any drow?
Based on the most likely events. Yes. Again, walking openly. There is occasional distrust. Like there are occasional again. Some people give them space. The drow that you do see seem to be wearing. Everyone here, by the way, is wearing clothing which is ridiculously colourful. Dyes have apparently become much cheaper in the future, or something has happened. You see people wandering around with simple shirts cut off at the sleeves with colourful logos and strange designs on them, wandering around. The drow that you do see, they wear sunglasses, but they all seem to be quite stylishly dressed. They seem to be well off. There are some who are less so. There are still newsboys selling newspapers, shouting, screaming about apparently the Crosswater Sentinel has survived during this time.
As if.
And there are stranger things too. There are almost no horses. but there are still carriages. And made of brightly painted steel, you see horseless four-wheeled vehicles driving across the roads. And there is a loud sort of strange sounds that fill the streets from what you see. That far above you hear just a sound, and you look up and you can see it looks like almost like a high bird of steel with wings fixed in place, slowly crossing its way over the sky, leaving a trail of cloud above. The world is vastly different, and you can see spirits floating around still, just following people in their day-to-day lives. And you watch this for about 5, 6, 7 minutes as the world just continues. Life is as life is. People still bicker, they argue, they buy food.
Have a walk around.
They walk around. Then you notice the spirits seem to notice something, and they all begin moving towards the docks. Groups of them at a time.
I follow them.
Flakes of them. You can't really move from this position. Like you can move around a little, but you can move. Actually, no, it's crosswater, so you can move only a certain distance off the docks. Curiously, you find that you can walk upon the surface of the water in this vision, just because you're not exactly here. But the spirits all seem to leave and just flee out to sea. The people don't seem to have noticed at first, but then you hear a strange sound, a wailing, like some strange keening, like a siren sound that goes and just repeats over and over. People seem to know what this is. They grow frightened. There is terror. They start running. Others begin holding each other. Some run into what seem to be shelters, basements underground, lifting up things. And then you hear a sort of distant sound, and you can see that the sky seems to be growing lighter, and you look back towards the city and you see a wall of light and sound just expanding towards you. It's only because it started somewhere else that you have even seconds to see it, but everything it passes through just seems to disintegrate in its passing. The wall passes through you. You cannot feel heat here.
Yeah.
But
it looks hot, I'd imagine.
Well, I'm going to ask you for a Constitution save to avoid being blinded and deafened by what you can see and hear for a time.
Good thing we just leveled up and I took a little tiny bit of con. Oh, it's still a 3 though.
Yeah.
A 4, so you know.
Yeah, the light, as far as you can tell, for the next 2 minutes that you're visioning, the light seems to continue for at least another minute. But by the time it begins to fade, you feel like your retinas are scarred by what you've seen. There is just roaring wind. It's so hard to see and hear anything, and that confusion continues until you feel the bubble close around you, and yourself dragged back up through the water until you return to your own body. It's like a sort of purplish black after image over everything. It's
like
hard,
if you take a flash photo.
yeah, it's hard to really see anything. Everything sounds faint and distant. You see, the pair of you see Celestia sort of blink and...
Imagine I hunch over the table a bit like, ooh. You alright? I think so. Oh, my eyes aren't really working.
It was a lot. Oh.
My ears are ringing.
Come on, let me see. I'm gonna do my best to gently examine her.
Give me a medicine check.
Okay, that is a 13.
As you do some couple of tests, gesturing around, Celestia's not really following your movements very clearly. She might be partially blind. Nothing that a lesser restoration won't cure. But
done. Boom.
yeah, as you as the ambivalent octopus gently rests
Does that
its
fix my ears
tentacles around your ears and eyes, you feel a strange pulse of energy, and as it removes them away, you can now see and hear clearly again.
Oh, thank you.
Do you want some breakfast?
In a minute, darling.
I made biscuit
What on earth
sandwiches.
Biscuit sandwiches sound fantastic.
What did you see that required a lesser restoration to cure?
Fuck, was it that much? Okay.
Oh well.
I'm not sure where to start here, guys. The future's really weird. There are sort of metal carriages without horses pulling them, and they make growling sounds like they're alive. And there's
Maybe
metal
they are.
birds.
Ooh.
Yeah. Their wings don't move, but they're metal birds is the best way I can describe them. Everything's really tall and really loud, and... I mean, Scamp, I have some good news. They were tieflings.
Yay.
No hoods or anything, they were just there. I mean, I got the feeling that some people were still a bit wary, but not everyone. And they were out.
That's nice.
They were walking,
Yeah,
like, openly.
yeah, drow too.
This is
Wow.
160 years away?
Yeah, but I mean, that's not ridiculous, actually.
No. I might live to see the start of it.
You might. But I mean, this
That's good.
we know that it's maybe going to happen at some point. It's not completely impossible.
And that made you go blind?
No.
What made you go blind?
So, it was just like a normal day for a while. Everything was really loud and people were talking to each other, and people didn't really seem any different, but there were tiefling and drow just out there, which isn't really a thing you see these days. And there was lots of metal stuff, and everything was really tall, and well, people's clothes were like really colourful. Obviously, dyes have got better. Like, it's really cool.
Ooh.
But then the spirits, there are still spirits, of course. They all rose up into the air and they ran away across the ocean. And then there was this noise, this sort of round and round wailing noise. It was really loud. But everyone knew what it was. No one was surprised by it. And they all went and hid in little underground bunkers,
Like a
or
warning? Or an alarm?
maybe like an alarm.
Like when I do the silver string thing?
Maybe like an alarm, like a really loud one though that everyone could hear and everybody knew what it was. This had happened before, obviously, because they all had places that they went, and it looked sort of like they were scared, but it was planned.
Okay.
And then this thing came out of the sky. It was just like this big ball of light and fire and noise, and it just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it
Right.
passed through me, and I feel like if I was there I would have been burnt to a crisp. As it was, the sound of the light just killed me for the next 2 minutes. And
Like
Richard
when I do a
Preserves.
fireball, but bigger?
like undescribably bigger.
Oh.
Like city big.
Oh.
And brighter and louder, and like I say, I went a bit blind and deaf. My ears just sort of were ringing, and my eyes
Wow.
didn't work properly, even worse than when I came back here. Like, they were still funny when I came back to the room, but there was just nothing for a bit. And then I came back, but if I had to guess, I don't think there was a crosswater after that. I don't think there could have been. It was too big, even with how tall it was, and with everything being made of concrete, I just don't see...
Concrete.
Yeah. Everything was made... Well, most things were made of concrete. The building was very different. I only recognised it as crosswater because of the jetty being the same shape. It was where we stood when we saw that big whale spirit thing. I stood about there.
Amazing.
When you killed my parrot.
Don't get on me about the fucking parrot this morning. Just don't even start with the parrot shit right now.
So, this is presumably the thing that is supposed to end the world?
Surely at least end crosswater. Maybe even more. It might even It might even have been bigger than Crosswaters. Like I said, it was so big that I kind of couldn't see how big it was.
Was it a spell?
If it was a spell, it was a fucking big spell, but I mean, that's the best explanation I can think of, to be honest.
That's terrifying.
We don't know what magic can do in the future. People might...
things.
It could be like a really big grenade, maybe?
Yeah.
It could be like that.
Was it a physical thing or
a ball of light? Big ball of light.
Don't know then.
Light and heat. I couldn't feel the heat, but you know when something looks hot? It's white hot.
You don't need to touch the flame or go near it to know it's hot.
You know.
Yeah. Okay.
But, yeah, at the very least, the end of Crosswater, and as I said, I couldn't see how big it was. That's how big it was. I couldn't tell. It could have been the whole continent, for all I know. It could have been the whole world. It could have been the end of everything. But I suppose it can't be, because 2300.
Well, we don't know what we're going to see then.
No.
She did say that it didn't matter where we looked at in 2300.
But it might be worth looking at.
Yeah, Crosswater's probably still the best bet so we can see the difference, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's worth, when dawn hits, doing that. Because I think that's the best way to piece it together. Also, then I'll still have 2 charges for the rest of the day, so we're not being ridiculous.
Give yourself some time to recuperate, though.
Yeah.
Breakfast.
Breakfast.
I mean, well, it sounds like what you've seen is disquieting, to say the very least.
Yeah.
In a sort of almost literal as well as metaphorical sense.
I can't really get it out of my head. Also, it's amazing how much things can change.
Are you sure
Yeah.
you want to look?
Yeah, I am.
You don't want to leave it a while.
No, let's rip the plaster off, as it were.
Okay.
Well,
I think mulling on this for 24 hours and then trying it then would actually be worse. I think I'd rather have breakfast, let dawn pass, and get on with it, because I think the worry of it will be worse than the actual facts.
I agree, but also, at least for a little while, that's as fairly conclusive proof as any of us are ever likely to have that there is going to be a future.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what we see in 2300, darling.
Might be a brief future.
But a future where tieflings are out.
And then all dead.
And then all dead. But, like, we can work on that bit. You know?
Yeah.
That's really encouraging. I mean, it's a fucking start, isn't it?
Well, look.
That's weird amount of drow on the surface as well. I wonder what's happened to the Underdark. Strange.
That's a good question. I mean, were they just out and walking
just
around the
there.
same as anyone else?
I mean, a little like with tieflings, a couple of people looked a bit wary of them, but nothing really bad. Nothing like what it is now with tieflings.
Yeah.
Drow are about
That's
the
nice.
same.
As to what you were saying, Scamp, there was a time when I was back visiting Molly and little Corzin, and he and I were out on the beach making sandcastles.
I like sandcastles.
Yeah. Who doesn't like sandcastles? Anyway, as was inevitable, the tide came in and washed them away, and we built them up again, and tide came in and washed them away. And I said to him at the time, you know, this is actually a very important life lesson here, son, is that even if ultimately the tide is going to come in and wash away your sandcastle, the time you spent making it is time well spent.
God, you're fucking wise. Do you know that?
You're very sweet. I like you. Would you like a biscuit sandwich?
Yes, please.
I warn you, it's just 3 biscuits in a pile.
He takes them and sort of munches pensively, and I say, well, look, when you only see your son, well, let's face it, not as much as you honestly should, you have to cram in as much good parenting as you possibly can.
Yeah.
You're a very good parent.
Very sweet.
Thank you.
You can be Celestia's new parent if you like. She needs some new ones.
I'm not even going to debate that. But I don't think you're my parent. I think we're friends.
I will settle for good friend for now. I think that's something else that Celestia has been in short supply of until she met us.
Yeah. I'll look over at Leah briefly.
You look up. Leah is gone. She slipped out of the room without any of you noticing. Clara is just sitting quietly. She has something in her hands. It just looks like a little bit of white rock or something. She's just tumbling it between her fingers. Just seems to be lost in thought. She looks up when you look over.
What you got there, Clara?
Oh. Waves it. Saint's fingerbone.
Ah.
Fair enough.
Just...
Was that the thing you were making the healing potions out of? Or the
the holy water. I still have... Yes.
You didn't see where Leah went, did you?
Yeah.
She went over to the kitchen.
Okay.
Maybe you should go.
I'm going to go check on Leah.
We'll stay here.
Yeah, you should do that.
Yeah. Clara, you okay?
Just soaking it in, trying to see if I can figure this out.
Okay.
You and the rest of us, I think.
I'm gonna go check on Leah. I'm getting worried.
All right.
You see Leah is in the kitchen by a stove.
Do you take the eye with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Always.
Okay.
Yeah. She's in the kitchen. She's by the stove. She's put various pieces of firewood underneath it and seems to be just working with some tinder and flint and steel and is just stubbornly trying to get the tinder to light.
Are you okay?
If I'm hearing you right, you just saw, I don't even know what, a spell that can destroy cities?
Yep. I quietly just click my fingers and light the same with prestidigitation so that she doesn't have to struggle.
She nods quietly, blows in it a bit, closes the grate, and you see she's already gotten... There are some barrels of water in here. She's filled up a kettle.
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
I just thought everyone could do with some tea.
Yeah, tea would be good. There might be more yet. We've got another year to look at.
Oh.
I just think it's worth getting it all done in one go, though. I think this isn't going to get any better if we leave it for 24 hours.
Yeah. You said you need to... We're going to wait till dawn for the next one.
Yeah, so tea and breakfast.
Tea and breakfast?
Is there anything I can do for you?
She kind of shudders for a moment, then sort of leans her back against the warmish stove. It's not quite hot yet. Sinks down and just sort of presses her knees to her chest and folds her arms around them.
I'm going to sit in the same position but about 2 feet away to give her space.
Oh, Regent.
Yep. I mean, I don't believe in the Regent, but I get the sentiment. I don't even know what to do with this information, Leah.
I just wanted... I wanted to be an artist or a sculptor or something.
Maybe you still can.
Maybe, amongst the pirating and the surgery. I just killed 2 men and threw them onto blazing hot copper. I haven't really thought about that.
Yep. That happened.
Yeah. It's kind of I don't know why, but the shock of this is actually made that come up in my mind. Hadn't really thought about it. There were other things, but Oh! I am not okay.
I know.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect you to be. Not after everything.
I don't know how you're still upright.
Oh. You know, I haven't been sure how I'm still upright. Maybe ever, actually. That wasn't a sentence, but you know what I mean.
I understand. I guess we've just been moving forward.
What happens when we stop? Do we stop? Do we ever stop?
I'd like to stop one day.
Me too.
I'd like to have a little studio somewhere and
Do paintings.
do paintings or sculptures, although after reading Michelle's journal I feel a little weird about that, but
Hey, we've not read anything weird about paintings. Paintings are
this
still
is
nice.
true. This is true. You know?
I mean, hell, you'll have a lot of material.
Oh yeah.
I just wanted to write songs. That's all I wanted to get out for, really.
Maybe I can get
I'm not. This isn't a pressure thing. I'm not trying to call in anything, but I literally wanted to leave the Underdark to write songs and be with you. That was about all I had planned, and then everything happened.
Well, you know, maybe after we've
Again, no pressure at all.
freed
You know that.
the slaves and saved the
Ended
world and
slavery.
saved the future and all of that, I can get a little studio down the road from from your, I don't know, like a concert hall or maybe
Fucking
just
stadium, darling. Come
from
on.
your stadium, and we can, you know, and we can meet up every day and get tea and biscuit sandwiches. Maybe not biscuit sandwiches, maybe just normal sandwiches. And look back on all of this and laugh,
Or cry,
or
depending
both.
on how it goes.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
That sounds lovely. Feels like a pipe dream, though, doesn't it? But it's a nice one.
There are so many
Fuck
ways.
it, let's hang on to that.
There are so many ways we can die getting to that point.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
stupid. How are there ways to die on the way towards getting an artist studio and, okay, maybe the stadium? I mean, you know, there's bound to be some competition.
I mean, I'd
there.
settle for a pub, darling.
Yeah,
a pub would be fine.
At this
I
point,
love drinking.
maybe we can get, you know, maybe we can set you up with a pub. At this point, she is quite openly crying, but
I kind of offer her an arm, but I don't put one round her.
she holds a hand up, but
Okay.
then
I stay in my spot like 2 feet away.
reaches
I don't
out
really
and
closer.
offers a hand
I hold it.
and grips yours quite tightly.
I've got you. Always have. Regardless of anything else.
Thanks.
I think if we think about the entire future all of the time, we're both going to go mad. I think the way to deal with this is to think a little smaller. You know, what are we doing tomorrow? Even what we're doing tomorrow is quite scary right now. To try and rid a city of Sorkin.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
But I feel like that's somehow, you know, in the wake of the literal end of the world,
Yeah.
that feels like a much more solvable problem somehow.
It does, doesn't it?
I guess, you know, perspective.
Yeah. Also, I think I might be like attached to this thing now. I hold the Kraken's eye up. When Corzin took it, it hurt. So
That is terrifying.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm just not going to think about it too hard because fuck it at this point.
At some point we should, but I think we've got quite a lot on our plates right now.
Fuck me.
Um,
I can't imagine how sweaty my fucking hand is at this point. I'm sorry.
it's it's like holding on to like an oily sponge. No, it's fine. There is a gentle kettle.
Tea. Lots of tea.
It stands up. Oh, that warmed my back up nicely.
Me too.
And
You know, I'm not sure I should say this. Because I don't want you to think there's any expectation attached. And, nothing like that. As friends is, great. But just in case, we die in tomorrow or in the next hour or in the next couple of months, I love you.
she sort of stands in front of the kettle for a moment.
And, as I say, no expectation at all. It just felt important to say, and I love you as a friend as well, and that's great. That was probably stupid.
It wasn't. Turns around, kind of eyes kind of red and puffy. Walks over to Destin's cupboard, takes up a set of china teacups, starts setting them on a tray.
I help.
Gets some of the rather fancy teas he has. Lab Sang Souchong. Okay.
Lovely.
Pours it into, kind of directly just into the kettle, gets a strainer, sets it down. Stares at the tea.
You alright? You ready for people? You can sit on the floor and be weird for a bit longer if you need.
I love you too, but I can't do more than friends.
Friends is great, Leah.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm lucky to have you as a friend.
You're damn right you are. And
I'd never ask more.
I am very grateful. As much as I didn't, for everything, despite everything I thought that you'd come to the surface for, I'm glad to see you again.
Yeah, I've missed you.
Right, let's
You ready?
let's go serve some tea.
Okay.
She picks up the tray, puts it down, gets one of the dishcloth towels. There are embroidered kittens all over it.
Oh God.
Stares at it for a moment, then rolls her eyes and dabs her eyes.
Darling, you've got a handkerchief.
Oh yes.
Blue one, I brought you it. You always forget about it.
Takes the handkerchief out.
You
Blows her
have to look
eyes.
at the fucking kitten.
Blows her nose into it a bit. Whew. Yeah. Okay.
You should probably drink some water as well, darling.
We've got some tea.
Good.
It'll do. Do you want the kitten?
No, I don't want that anywhere near me.
Okay.
Fuck off.
Well, I've just
Had enough of
I
fucking
have just
cats
snotted.
recently, thank you.
I have just snotted all over this handkerchief, so I'm not going to offer it to you, but...
Lovely.
Yeah.
I
Yes, you'll just...
I've got sleeves, I'm fine.
She steps forward and gives you quite a stiff sort of one-armed hug, which then
I hug her back for as long as she wants.
transitions into a full hug. Okay. Let's go face the future.
Yeah.
Picks up the tea. Steps in. Okay, who wants some ridiculously expensive halfling tea?
I'll go for that.
It tastes like fires.
Are there
Lovely.
biscuits?
Yeah. Yes.
How many biscuits have you had?
I don't know.
Then again, it's a hard morning. I pour some whiskey into my tea. Fuck it at this point. Cheers.
Whiskey and lapsang
Clink.
souchong. It's a smoky sort of taste.
I think it tastes amazing.
Yeah.
I'm a whiskey and tea person in real life, so yes. Not in the way Celestia is, though. Don't worry about me too much, Stowaway. So it is an occasional thing that tastes good rather than a thing I do in the morning.
You break your fast, although you've not really been fasting, some of you, on
Scamp's just eating
biscuits,
continuously.
tea and whiskey.
You're going to be shitting carpet, mate.
Yeah.
I've eaten a lot of carpet.
And until you fight, until through the closed curtains and the iron bars on the windows, you see the dim first light of dawn, and you can feel Celestia. Although that connection drained for a time, it slowly, and over the hour or so it takes for the sun to rise, wells back up, strong as it was before.
That's quite scary.
I don't want any of this.
Okay, I think it's ready again.
Okay.
I can feel it.
Does that mean my bowl's reset as well? Chocolate!
Apparently your bowl resets at a later point in the day.
Don't you think you should go a bit easy on that after
You've had
what happened
enough
earlier?
chocolate.
You're right. Whiskey. It's still not working. Oh.
Should we just go for this then? I
Yes.
think delaying's going to make it worse.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I think maybe I'm just going to say this. I think when I do this, at least one person should be keeping an eye on me because
I'm not going anywhere.
It feels really weird.
We're really, really not going anywhere at this point.
Good. Just for a future note, I think we should make that a rule. I know it's boring because you're just watching me stare at a stone for 20 minutes, but I think it's just sensible.
At this point, we don't know that anything can't happen.
You could turn
Stop.
into a sheep.
Stop talking like this, both of you. I'm going to down the rest of my whiskey tea and spin the stone in the middle of the table and say, Crosswater 2300.
As you stare into it, it grows once again. By the way, mark 2 more tallies on
I
future
was just thinking about that. I hate you.
Oh, God.
as the
This is so terrifying.
the circle expands and you find yourself deep in the sea, and again dragged down into the darkness.
Does it feel further down if it's further in the future?
Further down, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
There's a bubble that floats up to you. And as you step through, you feel like, again, because you stated quite a wide area, you can walk around quite freely. And you feel like you're in the place you were before, but there are no docks now.
Mm-hmm.
You are on the edge. In fact, the shore is a little further away. It seems that maybe the land has risen or the sea has sunk, as the edge of the shoreline is now a good 200 feet further off towards where the sea was. more than a few things catch your eye.
Oh no.
It is cold. You can't feel it, but you can tell. There is snow and ice pretty much everywhere. The ground looks hard and solid, what little of it you can see. And strangely, it's like you kind of walk over the snow, or you can even step kind of into it, but you don't really get solid tactile sensations more than a sense that you are on some sort of floor. And the wind roars and rushes around you. You look up, the sky is completely overcast. It's daylight, but the light is so dim. It's daylight on a thick, cloudy day, and the clouds stretch across the whole sky. There are skeletons of buildings. Fragments just still here. Rubble, just clumps of rubble that inexplicably have survived. Tall skeletons of bent over, half melted, what looks like steel girders that have long since rusted to a deep brown, broken, crumbled in places. You can walk around quite freely, and as you look around, you can feel... It's strange, like something about... Although you're not really here, when you walk over places, you can hear the sound that your feet would make, the crunching of snow, and when you find dirt, the soft of almost like a fine sort of sand beneath you in places. You see, walking around, there are a couple of tufts of some sort of dull greyish-green grass that extend in places. It takes you a long while to walk until you see more solid ground. There are no trees. You see no animal life that you can easily detect.
No people?
Give me a perception check. Or I guess investigation, because you've got 10 minutes to search around.
Well, that's really good. I'm going to go investigation because I'm better at it,
Yeah,
frankly. 22.
You scour, you set off at a run, trying to cover as much ground as you can.
I feel like I panic and start looking for anyone.
You just start looking for anything. You find crawling up near the dull greyish clumps of grass, there is a cockroach which clambers out from some rocks and feeds on a couple of small, strange-looking ant-like creatures which have been cutting off bits of the leaf. Nothing larger than that.
Wow.
You find... you do find something, though. It's just a little bit covered by the snow, but you can see there was some sort of door here once of solid steel. It's a little outside the city, like a huge circular door, like the ones that were around Destin's place. And you kind of because it seems to be within the remit of the place you've said. You feel like you can press against it, and though you feel your whole body seem to be watery, you're able to step in and through. There's no light in here. Actually, no. Would there be? There is a light, actually. There is a yellow light, a yellowish white light coming from a stone studded into the ceiling, what you recognise as a mage light.
Uh-huh.
You peer back and you can see the steel has melted in places, just sealed shut around stone. You step deeper into this hidden vault, passing through another steel door. And you find skeletons. Hundreds of skeletons. in what seems to have been some sort of shelter. What you find tells a story from discarded, what seemed to be paper or some sort of strange, more flimsy material wrappers, emptied out what seem to be metal tins, which is curious, but you can see just how there are faded pictures of them of things like beans and cabbages and so on. You've not really seen these tins before.
But from the labels, it's obviously there was food. Yeah.
Obviously there was food in there. And you see gnaw marks on some of the bones. It looks like at one point there were... The place is lit. The mage stones are still lit.
But there's no reason they wouldn't be, because they don't really run out, do they?
You find one place where there was clearly a large area devoted to growing what you would guess would have been crops or or food of some sort, but you can only tell because the withered, empty remains of tree trunks are still here. The ground is dry and fallow. Whatever was supposed to grow here
Didn't work.
It didn't work.
Or it's gone.
It's gone. Something.
And it doesn't look like there was a big sort of explosion or something. It just looks like they
It
frankly
failed.
starved to death and it didn't work.
It looks like, everyone here starved to death. And...
Like how many hundred? Like how big scale are we talking? Like very big?
Doing a rough count in the 10 minutes you have, and it's really more like 3 minutes, you'd estimate... give me an intelligence check, actually.
Okay. That is a 17.
You want to say there might have been as many as 3,000 people?
Oh, God.
Just like from the number you've had and kind of extrapolating what you could guess about the size of this vault complex, but it didn't work. Whatever this place was meant to carry them through, it didn't work. As you step out through the steel door, feeling this last minute remaining, these last few seconds, you stare out at the handful of signs that civilization was ever here. These ragged bones of a city, the much shrunken sea. It feels like some strange endless winter, and the roaring winds, until the bubble fades around you and you feel yourself dragged back up to the surface.
You kind of see Celestia blink and lean back, stare at the stone.
Are you blind again?
Nope. No, I can see fine.
That bad, huh?
Yeah.
What did you see?
Are you sure you want to know?
Was there anyone left?
Nah.
Okay.
And I hate to say this, but in the original vision, it was stated that I could have looked anywhere and seen the same thing, but I might as well look at Crosswater for continuity's sake. So I would guess that everywhere else was the same.
Right.
It was Crosswater, but there were just like these metal skeletons where buildings should have been, and they were all melted and burned, and clearly some people had survived for a bit because there was a big sort of metal vault cave thing, and it was just full of skeletons. I would guess that it looked like they tried to grow crops. They were eating food out of metal tins, and it looked like they'd starved to death. Maybe a few of them had tried to try to survive on each other before the end. Good 3,000 skeletons-ish.
Oh.
Obviously, that's a guess.
Reach.
There was nothing. There's nothing left. Only thing I saw alive were cockroaches.
So why was that significant?
Why the fuck wouldn't that be significant?
I mean, in context of what you'd seen before. So this thing happened, and then people survived for a while. And was this the point where there was no one left?
No one.
Maybe it's just a date in the future. Like, maybe it has no significance other than it's 300 years on and nothing's changed. Everything's still gone.
Yeah, or maybe that's the point where everything is gone by. You know what I mean? Maybe
Yeah, there's no
maybe
point
like a
looking
couple of
further.
years before there were still some people.
That's terrifying.
Because it's hard to tell how old a skeleton is. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, once it's a skeleton, it's horrible. It's kind of done all the big rotting, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No animate
And,
undead even.
No, nothing.
No animate undead.
Nothing.
No spirits you saw.
There weren't any spirits either. Just nothing.
But the animate undead rot away eventually to...
If they don't have anything to eat, they just...
Yeah.
That's true.
So it's long enough that that's happened. Or something's changed and they're not coming back.
Yeah. No spirits is really scary.
Yeah. I mean,
They all fled,
said-
didn't they?
you said in the original
They
vision they left or they were going.
Maybe they went somewhere safe. Maybe
they didn't
somewhere.
come back. Where would they have gone though? Out into the sky? Like...
Into the sea?
Yeah, it was cold as well. Not that I could feel it, but lots of snow. It's going to sound strange, but it felt like it had been cold for a long time. Like a really long time. That
Right,
long winter feeling, but bigger. The sea was further back as well, like it had retreated a bit. I don't know if any of this is significant, but...
Can I roll a nature check to see if Corzin will have heard of anything that would have done this? Because there is a natural phenomena that might do something
Roll
like
a
this.
nature check.
But, yeah. Okay, that's 13.
There is a legend. There is a legend among halflings of a time long ago. In the days before the I believe there are mountains. Let's double check my notes. Yes, before the hills of Feroz became. Actually, no. You could actually do better than that. But in the days before the before the mountains of Kernon became dormant, extinct, and still, when they still lived in the distant past and could grow and could burst forth with fury, as you've heard some of the mountains in Haldanos do, and in other places, that there was a great eruption that blotted out the sky for almost a year, and that it was cold and wintry for a generation to come thereafter. And many halflings left their ancestral homeland of Kernon in that time in order to survive.
I relay this.
Right.
And I might add that if it's something on that scale, then we're talking about a literal force of nature here.
Or is it? You know, with what I saw before, it could be a spell.
If people have learned
It
how
could be
to...
a big bomb, it could be...
If people have learned how to harness the forces of nature to that extent at some point in the future, then the... Well, quite apart from it being terrifying, it's something that the use of is the thing that would ensure that there's no people left.
What do we even begin to do about this? This is the whole world.
Yeah. We need to talk to Olga.
What have
I
I
think-
picked up here? I'll look at the eye on the
think-
table.
Well, look. The like we said at the beginning of this whole venture, knowing the future, the details of the future, means you have at least some influence over how future events can transpire. So, that being the case, we know that this is a future that can happen. Let's do what we can to make sure it doesn't.
But that's what Olga's been doing. And we've been trying to stop her. She's been doing terrible things, but what if the things she's been doing are to stop this?
I don't believe for a second that if she's been doing stuff to stop this, she's been doing it in a way that doesn't ultimately benefit her. She doesn't do anything that doesn't ultimately benefit her.
It doesn't matter. If she becomes the most powerful person on the world, it doesn't matter if everyone else is still alive. If everyone dies because we stop her, then what's the point?
Clara speaks up. She's... As much as I hate to say it, I think Corzin has a point. She is a cruel, manipulative old bitch. And if she knows a way to save the world, then I would much rather that way of doing it be taken up by someone else.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Unless she's the only way, but that can't be it.
What if it is, and we destroy that?
I don't buy that.
Would you honestly want to live in a world where Olga is the most powerful being in existence?
No, but it's not my choice to make for everyone.
I think we have to try and get some knowledge out of her. And then I think we kill the bitch.
It'll be deals again. You know what she's like.
Fine.
I mean, if you can read her mind, then be my guest.
That might do it. Out of character for a second.
Yeah.
Do I know of the Speak with Dead spell?
You know of its existence, I would say, yes.
There are ways to interrogate a corpse. You get 5 questions.
Alright.
Oh.
Well, that seems preferable. Grisly though it is.
No more grisly than that room full of skeletons, darling.
No, I imagine
But
not.
we could do that. I kind of refuse to believe that the whole future hinges on that.
No,
on her.
it has to be something
I
different.
don't think that can be a thing. I think surely it's just a matter of having the knowledge. It must be.
I hope so.
I defy anything that puts the fate of the entire future in the hands of someone like Olga Gristlegums.
Yeah.
Here, says Lee. No, says Leo. Hugh pours Hugh picks at the kettle.
Is there still tea in that?
It's a little cold. I'm going to make some more, and then I think we should maybe make some decisions about what we want to do with the rest of our day.
Yeah.
Today seems quite small all of a sudden. I think maybe
Yes.
things are different forever. I think that's happened.
You can't look in the future without things being irrevocably altered. It's like there are some things that happen to you in life that, whether good, bad, or indifferent, they just change you forever.
I don't think I quite realised that. And now I've picked up this thing, and it hurts when you take it away, and...
Oh.
Things are different.
Well, all the more reason for you to keep a close hold of that.
Yeah. Let's have some tea.
Let's have some tea. And while Leah goes and makes some tea, we're also going to get some tea.
Yeah, we need
and
tea.
take a break. And we will rejoin you after these, no doubt important, but probably not terrifyingly prophetic.
Oh God, we hope not. What do you mean
Probably not.
probably?
We hope
There's an
not.
advert in this
Recording.
break. Shut up.
See you after the break. And now a word from our friends over at the D&D Grandma and the family that games together.
I think whatever aggravates me in real life, I can take it out in the game.
There is no word that I can sufficiently find in the English language to describe the feeling of putting your world and your story out there and watching your family bring it to life.
And I attribute it to, of course, my children, of course, to this game, and of course to all the love that's on this table.
That's a
That we have
wonderful
for each other.
answer.
Yes,
And
my
if you could see it, everybody is holding hands and hugging. I believe there's Kumbaya being sung faintly in the background.
The D&D Grandma and the Family That Games Together, a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition actual play podcast starring the D&D Grandma, her children, and her children-in-law. New episodes every Sunday on all your favorite podcatchers. Thank you, and keep on rolling.
Well, hey there. Welcome to Salty Sam's Crosswater Records. Looking at the shanties, are ya? Flintlocks and Fireballs. That's a good one. Classic tracks. Like, share, rate, subscribe, the old iTunes review. I like to take that one, put it on the record player with a fine cup of coffee and... Wait. What's that weird light on the horizon? And welcome back. Nope. With slightly more backing music than I intended, though. So, you have another cup of tea, and the glim light of morning is visible through the through the wrought iron railings outside Destin Sukolin's house. What will you do?
What's the rough time of day now?
It's about 6 in the morning.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Celestia and I say, Celestia,
Yes, Don.
I know this has been a lot, but if you're up to it, would it be possible to check in with Molly?
Of course. That's
A
fine.
bit early. Will she be up?
Yeah, we should be up at 6. I don't want to wake her up. She's going to think something terrible's happening.
No, that's true. Given what I know of Molly's shift pattern,
Molly
would
works
she
in
be-
it. Molly works as a barmaid in the evenings usually, so
right, no,
she tends to work
Yeah,
late.
yeah.
give it till midday. Give it till midday.
Yeah, but yes, obviously. That's fine.
I want to check in with her in any case, but I just feel after the last 24 hours, I want to tell her to hug little Corzin just that extra bit tighter today.
I understand.
Yeah.
But
You know
let's,
what you were
let's
saying-
not wake her up because she'll be terrified.
No,
what were you going
yeah.
to say?
You know what you were saying about how some things change you irrevocably?
Yeah.
Well, I think a useful thing to bear in mind right now is that not all of those things that change you irrevocably are bad or terrible. Some of them are... They can be the best of things. Like... Oh, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but... Becoming a father was one of those things. It changed me irrevocably. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, it's because you're a good father, darling.
I hope so.
You are.
Thanks.
Right.
I hope I'm doing right by him in any case.
You are. You're doing very well.
Right, well, in the more immediate future then...
Autumn apple blossom, I suppose.
Yeah.
There's something
We got to get in touch with Alton.
I could do with doing. Have you got something to keep that little eye of horror in?
Do I have I've probably got a spare pouch or something in there?
Yeah, you picked up, you went pouch shopping at one point, as I recall, and, buying chests and stuff.
Or heck, search about the place here. There's probably something
Oh,
that...
actually, yeah, no.
Oh, can I look in Destin's wardrobe and see if there's a fancy looking one?
Yes.
Just anything you want to steal.
Anyone who wants to just loot Destin's house, give me an investigation check.
I would also like to look for fun hats or anything like that. Any fun clothing.
There are a number of
Poor
fun
man was
hats.
murdered.
There are a number of fun hats and clothing, most of which are far too small for you.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Investigation 12.
12.
Oh god, 11. I've just got such a big modifier to my investigation skill, and can I roll one? No, I fucking can't.
Destin was a little taller than Corzin, but some of this clothing could fit you. It's possibly a little frou-frou for your tastes.
I was thinking Destin was about as tall as Corzin is. Well, as
he was a little
Jeffrey
taller,
would be on top of Corzin's shoulders.
Yeah, but so maybe not the coats and so on, but he does have some hats and socks and that sort of thing. Regardless, though,
Steal a man's socks.
steal a dead man's socks.
It's like dead man's shoes, but
Also,
less.
you can't wear socks. You've got hooves. You've got hooveses.
As I
You
said,
could just cut the ends out and make leg warmers.
Oh, so cute.
a lot of this house has functionally been ransacked at some point in the past by the glutton. There is still the silverware, so if you want, you can take away 50 gold pieces worth of collected silverware. If you want to loot the cutlery drawers. Celestia, you find a beautiful little silk purse, just the right size.
Oh.
It comes with the little brass clasp. Roll a luck check for me.
A luck check. Natural 20.
Ooh.
It does not contain any pictures of animals in any way. It is actually purple.
Purple with silver bits on it.
Yes.
So it matches.
Oh, it's perfect for you.
Amazing. I'm very happy.
Yeah.
I love that that's the natural 20 I get today. Yes, I feel like that's my only one. It's been that sort of day rolling wise.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Can I borrow that pouch for 11 minutes?
Why?
I can make it safe to put your thing in so that if anyone else tries to take it, you'll know.
That might be really sensible.
Yeah, I feel like you shouldn't ever be apart from this thing.
No, it hurt when Corzin touched it, so
yes.
Yeah.
So
Which I hate, by the way. But,
So, this spell requires... I'm not going to be necessarily specific about jade dust, but do you have any... Do any of you still have any gemstones left? Wait, no, you do. You have 2 pearls.
No. You bought a jade.
You bought jade for this. Yes, you did. You bought jade specifically.
You bought
yeah,
some,
I went
remember.
shopping for this.
Yeah. So you're fine. You're fine. You've got the bits you need.
You got a little jade necklace or something. I seem to remember.
Yeah.
Fuck knows what, but I definitely remember that
Yeah,
happening.
you spend most of the... Destin has a little mortar and pestle in his cupboard, and you spend most of the 11 minutes just grinding up one of the stones from the jade necklace.
And then I draw a smiley face on the pouch.
There you go, it's all sorted now.
What does it do?
Actually, it's worth mentioning, the moment you finish and hold it up to give it back to Celestia, it immediately, the mouth opens and it just starts, what sound does it make?
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no!
Which continues until you take it away from Scamp.
What did you do?
You put the thing in, and then if anyone comes like close enough to grab it to the pouch, it makes that noise.
Right.
And this mouth will move. Look, and the smiley face mouth opens and makes.
You actually have to touch it for it to affect, I think. But
the spell
no, it's close
is
enough, wasn't it?
Visual, so I think it's within touching distance.
Okay, so as you come close, the little
millimeters. It can't be if anyone gets within touching distance.
No, within,
then
like,
no one can come near me.
Of the pouch, like within a millimeter of
so
the
yeah,
pouch.
like when you got like within about half a centimeter of the pouch.
Hugs are going to be a problem. I want to be able to put it under a shirt.
You tap the outs. You put it on an inside pocket, right?
Yeah.
So, Scamp, you tap the outside, nothing happens. It's only when you lift open the waistcoat and reach in and get within about half a centimeter of it that the little jade face, by the way, seems to have vanished. It reappears and goes, oh no, 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 until you pull your hand away.
I mean,
that's disturbing.
That's sort of amazing, but also a bit horrifying.
It's the closest thing I could do to an alarm.
This is pretty good.
Actually, I could have made it make any noise,
but
that seemed appropriate.
The little smiley face fades away.
Right.
Scamp.
Yeah?
Was there anything that you were able to discover when you were first properly looking at this thing that would account for why it's painful for Celestia if anyone else handles that?
Just that there are side effects. Like
I suppose.
that felt big. I don't know if that's the only side effect because it said it felt like effects. So I just think we need to be careful.
Well, I think maybe I have to carry it forever now.
Well, maybe when we're not somewhere quite so dangerous, we can try. Like maybe you put it on a table and step away and see how that feels. Not now, not here.
I mean, there's no one else here. We're in basically a fortress.
If it does something horrible, this is not the time nor the place for you to recover from it.
Yeah, like on the ship would be better, really, wouldn't it? But what if it explodes or something?
I know it's unlikely to, but still, maybe when we're on land somewhere else.
Yeah.
Maybe next time we're travelling somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not worry about that now.
Okay, so you're not going to try that now. Cool.
No. We need to tell someone about all this. There's a very real chance we'll all die.
Yeah.
If no one knows, that's a problem.
Well, it wasn't any... If we all die, it's not going to be any different than if we hadn't seen the vision at all.
Yes, but now we know we have a responsibility.
Who could we tell?
Who would believe us?
What about, like, Savat? I mean, he's the sort of most powerful person we know right now.
And he was likely to believe us.
Also trustworthy.
Yeah.
We know we can trust him.
Again, later in the morning, though.
I don't want to wake him up at 6 with this.
He won't be awake.
No, he's an old drunk. He definitely won't be awake.
Plus the fact... I don't think there is enough sending in the world to impart all of the information that we need to impart to him. We need to speak with him about
Savat. Saw future, world ends. 1963, Crosswater. Big bomb, spell. By 2300, everyone dead. Love you lot, Celestia Stardust. There we go, I did it.
It's not helpful, but it means someone knows.
Yeah.
Which I think is... I think it's important.
I think you're right.
I agree.
Also, maybe the key to us doing this differently to Olga is that we tell people. Maybe we tell powerful people. Maybe that's how we can stop it. Yeah.
Maybe if we put the idea in someone's head, that's how it gets made in the first place.
Yeah. Also, we're going to sound like... especially to people who don't know us, like those crazy people you sometimes see with like the big placard saying the end is nigh.
Yeah.
Like, why would anyone believe us?
Yeah. I think Savat would.
Making the knowledge of this artifact public is a mistake.
Oh yeah, no, don't tell people about this.
No. This was a random vision that we were told about. We didn't even have it, you know?
But it's trustworthy somehow. We need to think about it, but this cannot stay with us. This information, it has to go to other people as well.
My instinct is, this shouldn't rest on one group or one person.
Are there any other...
Because I'm not going to live long enough to really fix this. That's the thing, you might, so spread it to people who will also.
Are there any other groups of people that exist in the world who are even vaguely versed in this kind of divination, of specifically trying to see the future and interpret
Dunno. DM,
events?
is that a thing?
Roll an Arcana check.
What?
So,
7.
all of us?
21.
21.
It's not going to be beat 21.
Okay. There have been many attempts historically to try and use the power of magic to stare into the future that you're aware of. The best that you're aware of in terms of wizardry and so on achieving is a rough estimate of what next week's weather in a given location might be like with a given rate of failure. You have heard that there are powerful spells which can only be performed by those high up in the hierarchy of the Church of the Spider Goddess and presumably the Church of the Regent, that can get as much as maybe a yes-no answer on something within the next week.
Oh no.
With anything approaching reliability.
So we talked about this in priest school, as it were. This isn't the thing. People don't do this. Really powerful people like, the Empress or the head of the church, and hell, I guess by extension maybe heads of the Church of the Regent can see a week into the future and ask a yes-no question. This isn't the thing that people do.
Oh, it's like, is the Holy Mother going to die on the weekend? No. Alright. Are they going to die in the following week? No.
Is it going to be sunny tomorrow? Maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
All
so
right.
people will think we're crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are certainly legends and stories of people with oracular visions and prophecies, but they are legends. They are stories. They are literally the stuff of myth. Mm-hmm. You are aware of there being claims of oracles who could do it with some degree of reliability back in the days of the Tyrian Empire. Actually, no, not even the Tyrian Empire. The Tyrian Republic, before it turned into an empire.
I mean, Leah, this sounds like one of your old Tyrian fairy tales.
There is something a bit sort of classics to this, yeah.
Yeah, but those were stories.
I mean, there was supposedly a gigantic, I mean, in the sense of them being a giant, oracle in Haldanos. But, you listen to the stories and...
I mean, surely that one was bollocks. It was lovely, I remember you telling it. But
yes, but it definitely seems like it's less likely that they accurately predicted that someone was eating a bowl of turtle soup on a beach on a given day, and more likely that they probably bribed someone who was there watching the king to tell them, so what was he eating on this day and what's the question going to be? And got an accurate answer that way. I mean, you could in order for them to figure that out through any of the means we'd heard of, they'd have need to been scrying on him at the exact moment that he decided to send off the messages.
I'm really stupid for someone to have this level of power.
No, you're not.
Actually, I
You
have to
really
say,
know.
I'm really surprised that you even remembered all of that. No offense, but you're usually not as good at
Usually done there, darling.
not as good at recalling our lessons, sweetheart. Yes. She shakes her head.
That's fair. Just gonna say, I think it's the eye. Everything got a bit sharper. I'm not
Right.
different in personality, but everything's sharper and I can see more.
Well, that's something that can be put to good use.
Imagine magical items changing your personality. Wouldn't want that.
This is an out of character laugh because I actually don't know in character that's happened.
No, none of us would have any reason to suspect, really.
Not really.
Greedy, lazy Scamp's normal.
But like, the way that I've justified it, you're a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kids
you're a child.
get after a long day. Kids kind of get like that.
Yeah.
That nothing's been out of the realms of the ordinary, and you've just eaten loads of sweets. So that's not weird.
Yeah. Not the
You
Scamp.
know, like particularly loads of sweets, but you know, like nothing that weird's happened. I'm just not sure I should be trusted with this level of power. Like, I mean, I don't think there's any taking it off me now because it literally hurts if someone else touches
What
it. But
are our other options?
like,
No.
I play music and wear a codpiece.
And do magic.
Yeah, but like only a little bit.
No, not a little bit. A lot. You
Your
see into
magic's
people's
potent.
minds.
Yeah, true.
Also, I feel a lot better about something this powerful being in the hands of somebody I know I can trust.
The rainbow spirit sort of drapes itself around your shoulders and flutters past, and you just hear it go. In a sort of reassuring way.
That's really cute. I stroke it like it's a cat on my shoulder.
Scamp, Celestia strokes the air next to her face.
Corzin just mouths to Scamp. Spirits.
I think she wants something to stroke. Jeffrey!
Do not send that fucking monstrosity near me.
Jeffrey,
not.
Get
Jeffrey
it
pokes
away.
up out
I
of your...
back away.
Yeah.
No.
Jeffrey emerges from your backpack where he's been having a nap, knife in his teeth.
That is the worst.
that's
You know,
terrifying.
I've just seen the fucking apocalypse and I think that's worse.
I do still think we need to tell people, even if they think we're crazy.
Yes, but I think also let's not wake up Savat.
No,
with
not
this,
now.
because I think that's horrifying. And
There's
should we go?
possibly a...
So Leah goes, yes, good morning. The world's going to end.
Enjoy your breakfast.
Why is this
yeah.
a thing we know? Why is anyone trusting us with this? Oh,
No one is trusting us with this. We're...
I'm trusting you with this, she
Why?
says, gesturing to all of you.
why?
Because you are surprisingly capable?
I mean, we broke into the Mirrored Palace, but you know, that's one thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, the end of the
what
world.
did we do? We broke in and moved his chamber pot, and then we left again.
It was really, really funny, and I regret nothing.
Yeah,
We also, you know, freed 30 slaves,
we did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which was pretty good.
that was pretty good. Right, there's a tunnel, isn't there?
There is a tunnel.
We
Yeah,
should find
although-
out where that goes.
I
Yes,
don't
we
want to
should.
go down a tunnel because I'm afraid Olga will be there.
Oh no!
Let's at least find out where that goes. If it turns out it's not a way out, then at least we've still got the option of the front door.
Sorry, I'm a fucking wreck.
It's
Yeah, we need to
totally
wait more
understandable
time.
given the circumstances.
Nah, I'm alright. Let's go down the tunnel. Fuck it.
Okay.
It's probably more likely to be a slightly more secluded exit if it is one.
Yeah, true. Also, you never know. It might bring us out nearer the docks. We need to get there for the wagoners, don't we? So that we
Yes.
can find Alston.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we should tell Alton Appleblossom. I mean, he seems like somebody that can't die, doesn't he?
He'll be still alive when it happens.
Yeah, he'll still be
He'll
around.
be the only
You know,
one in
I think-
2300.
I think if I'd stayed longer in 2300 and explored that cave a little bit more, there would have been Alton sat on top of the skeletons like, fuck it, I'm still here! Eating cockroaches, foaming at the mouth.
Yep, definitely.
Well,
So
remember-
Leah says, presumably having tea with your friend Norrit.
Norrit would definitely still be alive.
Well, apparently, actually, on that note, something that both Nora and my mum used to say was that
Leah just looks at you.
the first step towards making a future that is different from the present is imagining it.
All I can think of is Reginald. Let's go.
Surprisingly wise words for Nora, who I've never met. But okay, let's...
Also, the first time you've ever mentioned something your mum said, which is always fun.
Yeah, well, not to put too fine on a point on it, but I think I had what for this group is a fairly typical set of parents.
Oh, glad somebody did.
Yeah, I think mine might
Good
be
on
an
you.
evil
Oh,
wizard
great.
that makes maps out of skin, so...
Yeah.
Leah goes, wait, what?
Let's not talk about it.
They had a threshing business and then they died of the Ferocian flu.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Well, I would say it wasn't the best day of my life, but it was.
It
was nice
normal.
to be. Yeah, and we were at least both there at the end.
Who
Leah-
says that?
Clara just sort of sips her tea. Lynched?
Yeah.
You alright? Do you need some more tea over there? I know parents can't be your favourite things
She
to talk
shrugs like,
What about you, Jeffrey? Did you have a normal childhood?
Jeffrey glares down.
Friend, do I want to know?
As far as I can tell, Jeffrey is complaining about the quality of the biscuits around.
I can't help him with that.
Leah says,
I think it's
as far as I know, both my parents are alive.
Hey!
We should do something
My-
about finding them. I was going to say do something about that. That sounded like I wanted to kill them. We should find your
I
parents.
wouldn't blame you. My dad's kind of a prick, but that's about it.
Are we
really.
talking like
Mum
normal,
like a normal
level?
person?
Yeah, does didn't approve of me running off, seeing the world.
Are we talking
Otherwise,
about like
fairly
normal,
blameless.
normal levels of prickery or maps out of skin prickery?
Or like, I don't even know which example
mouth is
from my
kind of a
childhood to
game
go
here.
for here.
Like,
Or own slaves invented the avant-garde prickery. No offence, Celestia.
I mean, so much more than that as well, but let's not go there because we'll be here all day.
no, just kind of demanding.
Well, that's still rubbish.
Took issue with me inviting friends home.
Bless.
Well, fuck 'em.
Yeah, let's go down a tunnel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go down a
Quietly.
tunnel. I need distraction.
This beats learning to be a banker. Sure, why not?
Be a rubbish banker.
You were going to be
I
a
would be
banker.
if father had had his way.
You'd have been an excellent unhappy banker.
Thank you.
You'd have been nearly as good of a banker as I would have been a cleric.
Clara just throws her hands up, throws her hand up, puts down the tea, and walks off in the direction of the pantry.
Right, there we go. sorry.
Let's go.
You head down into the passageway. The tunnel actually continues some distance, again with this strange, narrow, melted sort of looking rock on either side. There's no light down here.
I light it with dancing lights.
Until you conjure up the little purple lights.
So that Corzin doesn't trip over
Thank
his
you.
own feet.
It's not my feet I'm worried about.
Jeffrey's got night vision. Dark vision.
Only while friend is there, but yes. Clara also goes, thank you.
All right, darling.
Human halfling problems?
Indeed. They forget so easily, don't they?
I know.
I honestly didn't know that humans and halflings couldn't see in the dark for a long time.
Well, I mean, I suppose there's no
did.
reason for you not to know, but
I knew because racism.
But, you know.
It's a tactical advantage you can exploit. Of course you know.
Yeah. Should we be stealthy?
Yeah.
Everyone roll a stealth check.
Just in case. Oh, it's not good.
Dirty 20.
Ooh,
That's
that's all right.
15.
That's a 21. That's the best stealth check I've ever rolled.
That's a 15 for Scamp and a 14 for Jeffrey.
Also, I don't make
Jeffrey
noise.
can just hide in your pack instead
But
of
I
making
have
these.
stats for him
Yes,
now.
okay. Jeffrey actually, with a little urging from friend, is uncharacteristically quiet. Actually, quite characteristically quiet. He spends a lot of
He
time.
spends
just like,
so much time
a lot of
hiding.
time not really making much noise.
So that he can jump out and terrify everyone.
Yeah. So you proceed your way down this tunnel. It actually goes quite some distance. You feel like you end up walking. Let's check my geography notes here. I just want to say the better part of this would be like 25 minutes.
I cast Mage Armor.
Okay.
I was going to do that as soon as we woke up and I forgot.
Wrap the cloth, a little bit of leather around your horn and feel the protection extend. Ellie, rather than Celestia, I'm pretty sure you still have my physical map of Crosswater.
Oh, I might. No.
Crosswater?
Not Crosswater, Kion. I keep calling it that by
Kion.
mistake.
Is this Kion?
That looks
Yes,
like it.
There
thank
we
you.
go.
Just using that for a quick map reference in my face. In my head. Not my face.
It's going well. It's been
Yeah.
a long session, guys.
It's a long session.
Tattooing it on your face.
Yep. And definitely didn't spend part of the break drinking some lovely powder burn mead. That,
Yes, made by two stowaways.
Yes,
Thank you, Charlotte
that is-
and Mitch. Well,
Thank
made by actually
Hashtag not
Charlotte.
sponsored, but happily to be sponsored.
Yeah.
What? Sponsored by our stowaways that make
Sponsored
mead
by
under their
alcohol.
bins.
So
Really
But
good, the whole
it was really
process.
cute. The mead was inspired by the podcast, this
Yeah.
particular batch, and it's got chili in it. It's called Powder Burn.
It's really
It's
good.
lovely.
indeed.
It's awesome.
This show is not sponsored by alcohol, but is certainly fueled by it.
Yes.
So after coming up to half an hour of walking down this more or less straight passageway, it turns here and there. You find you see at the end a series of wooden planks, and you can just make out a little hinged bit that would allow you to push it outwards to open it.
Does someone want to have a look at this for traps?
Corzin, can you listen and I'll look for traps?
Alright.
Or maybe you should look for traps now you're all smart and stuff.
I'm good at stuff. Shall we have a go?
Shall I help? Because I know traps, but you're
Yeah.
all smarter than
Yeah,
me.
So-
I can see
I'll
things
listen,
now.
you look for traps, you look for magic. Got it?
Well, that'll take me 11 minutes, but sure. I'll just have a look in case there's something
Okay.
there.
So 11 minutes of waiting later.
No, I won't bother with detect
Okay.
magic. We'll just
Yeah.
look for stuff.
Okay, that is a 19.
Okay. And Corzin, a perception check from you.
I'm assuming investigation was okay for that.
17.
Okay. Actually, you do find a trap on this one.
Oh.
There is, you can see where there are near the little handle a series of very small spikes. They'd only be deep enough to just lightly cut your hand if you brushed past them and tried to open the handle without being careful of them.
Well, they're probably poisoned then.
Yeah.
Corzin, you kind of press an ear to the flat wooden bit, and you, as they're working such around, you hear the sound of a door somewhere muffled creak open, and what sounds like footsteps. 3 sets of footsteps on stone steps that seem to be moving.
There's 3 people out there.
Okay, good to know.
I say people.
Could be anything.
Anything that has 2 legs.
Okay.
Probably not Olga, because she'd probably be on her own. Sorry, so paranoid
This
in any
isn't
tunnels
the tunnel,
ever.
is it?
Is this the tunnel?
No, the tunnel you were in was definitely a built, manufactured tunnel with like supports
Whereas this
and
is
so
like
on.
a natural...
It's not natural.
But
This
it's
was
like
clearly it looks to be melted rather than hewn.
Oh no, actually made a different way.
All right.
This one sort of made with heat, that one had beams.
I suppose it makes sense that you wouldn't... Well, you want to put something in place here that would mean that anyone who happened upon this couldn't, unaware, unknown to you, sneak in.
Yeah.
So, either we're looking at some survivors or something like Sawagin or ghouls
Yeah.
or undead. Only 3 either way, so if it is something bad, we could probably take them.
We've got them outnumbered.
Corzin, you hear the sound of a sort of squeak, squeak, squeak,
Rats?
squeak, squeak, like more like a metal squeaking sound muffled through the wood, and then just a sort of kind of muffled. Yeah, is that stuff right? Yeah, I think so. When do you want to get a couple of the bottles as well? Oh, okay.
Halfling?
Not a halfling. It's Joven. It's just a bit muffled by the wood.
Okay.
Though the because of the way a halfling slang works, sometimes it's a little hard to tell. You hear the sounds of more footsteps beyond. There's a little bit of scraping of something on wood. A few different things.
They're moving something about out there. Definitely humanoid. They're speaking Jovan,
Okay, they're speaking Jovan, so probably not Sawagin at least.
at least.
Because they wouldn't speak Jovan to
No,
each
they've got
other.
their own language.
Is it a cellar? We're below ground, aren't we?
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Should we
Alright,
have a
can
little peek round the door?
Well, we'll see if I can disarm this trap.
Yeah,
Yeah, like now that we know the trap is there, can we
This
try
is
and
not actually
disarm
a
it?
trap that you need to disarm. If
It's
you
just
know, once you
avoidable.
know it's here, you can just avoid it.
Okay, that's
Oh,
good.
it's literally just in case
It's
you
literally
see
some
spikes.
some spikes that would you'd cut your hand on if you tried to open it naturally. But knowing where it is, you can see that if you just sort of pinch it with 2 fingers and a thumb in the right place, you'll be able to get enough grip.
Let's
I poke
open
it a
this
couple of
very
times. There.
carefully.
Done.
Right.
Beautiful. Right.
Okay.
We're going to open the door.
Give me a stealth
Quietly.
check to crack the door open a little bit without.
Why am I doing this?
Good
12.
question. Okay.
I've done it now.
Pardon the pessimism. You cracked it open a little door open a little bit. You can see there are. Just make out the form of a human sat in a chair next to a small table. There's a couple of tankards on it. A third one he's taking a sip from. He seems to be looking over at something that you can't see, that's beyond the crack of light you can see. He's next to a set of steps that lead upwards.
So they're just sat around.
The one that you can see, like in this moment where you've peeked
Oh, there's just
open.
one that I can see.
Yeah.
I relay this very quietly.
While you're relaying
Close to each
this, you hear the sound of footsteps. And a pair of halflings come through carrying wine bottle, each carrying 2 wine bottles. Whew. Any idea when the boss is back? Might be a while.
other.
Expect he said something about maybe wanting to do some interrogations and stuff like that. Oh, right. Well, better get this up to the bar. Right you are. Picks up the tray of drinks.
Close the door very quietly. This might be the Wolverines pub.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to all the people he was protecting?
Hopefully they'll protect each other.
Generally speaking, in these situations, well, nature abhors a vacuum. Someone will fill the space, and hopefully not someone as egregious.
But I've seen this sort of thing happen before. If there's not a clear leader, there's a lot of bloodshed and turmoil for a little bit. That might be enough to get everyone in here killed.
There's fuck all we can do, though, isn't there?
Not weighing too heavily on my conscience, considering they threw in with him. But, you know,
They didn't know, though.
And a lot of them are just people who ran and are scared.
Yeah, and if you're in a city where everything's fucked and you find
Well-
somewhere safe, of course you go there.
Well, given the situation, I think we've got a very enticing prospect for them of getting out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can always put it to them.
We should go and see Alton first, though,
Yeah.
Yes.
I think. Because,
Right.
frankly, the Wolverines lot, they had a lot of food, they had a lot of stuff to sell. They are not
Yeah.
in the worst position in the city. Like, if we have to prioritise getting people out, they are not the people we
Yeah.
should do first, because they had a lot of stuff and a lot of
Yes.
ways to be alright, whereas a lot of other people might not.
Let's prioritise people who are actually going to be friendly to us.
Yeah. These guys have a legitimate reason to try and kill us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kill the person who killed the boss. Become the boss.
Also, I have to see Autumn and Apple Blossom with my own eyes.
I
before
know.
I just
I
need to
know.
know.
Okay, quiet.
Once we get
How
out
do
of
we
here,
get-
you
how
can
do we
send
get
to him,
out?
maybe.
How do we get out?
I think we just go back up to the house and go out through the door.
Is this a better place for us to come out or a worse place in terms of getting across
We have
the
to get
city?
through the Wolverines bar.
What was that?
I think I'd rather not, personally.
It's actually worth mentioning. Yeah, you didn't. I didn't mention you finding any keys in the Wolverine because he just left them in the door on the inside. In the
We
house.
can actually
Right, that
lock
makes
up
sense.
Yeah,
behind
you
us.
can actually lock up behind you.
We don't have to leave the house open with a secret passage to a bunch of innocents.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, there are a bunch of like bolts and so on the inside, but there is like there are 3 main locks that can be locked from both
Because there's no
sides.
particular reason that he wouldn't have left the key on the inside of
Yeah.
the door.
No.
Yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough.
Okay, so let's go.
I think
Back
let's
to
go
where we
out through the
came.
house.
Yeah.
It feels bad to try and get through this bar and explain why we were in their cellar.
Yeah.
7 o'clock, you return back to Destin's house.
That was a nice little interlude. To the
Oh, yeah.
wagoners.
You can also now open the vault from the front, should you wish to at any point, because you know all the codes to actually get the
Right.
vaults open.
Is there a way of making it harder to get into the back so that these people don't just come in and loot everything when they realise their boss ain't coming back?
Give me an investigation check.
Can I help?
Yes. I mean, you can lead if you want.
Yes,
Can I
please.
lead? 22.
It seems that there are actually ways to lock these secret entrances. They are designed to be locked from or at least on this side, from the inside of the passages rather than the outside.
Okay.
You're not sure that you could lock the access way to the vault itself in a way that couldn't be opened from the passageway side, since that's the way it was designed to be opened. But you could certainly use Destin's heavy sacks and furniture to barricade up the secret pantry
Let's
entrance.
spend a few minutes doing that,
Yeah.
I think that's worth it.
You spend 15 minutes just piling up a crude barricade to at least stop people easily getting into Destin's house.
Right. Well, that's done.
Front door then.
To the wagoners.
Right.
Okay.
Let's be really quiet.
Yep.
Let's stick
Yep.
very close.
Oh, yeah.
Jeffrey, stay in my bag. Thank you.
You crack you get ready, you unbar the various bars on the doors, you take off, unlock the 3 locks and pocket the keys.
Yeah, just quickly peek the head out and see if the coast is clear.
Okay. Picking it open, picking a head out.
I'm going to hold on to his back of him, ready to pull him back in.
Okay. It is a Dims. It is, as I say, fairly early on in the morning. And let's see what the weather is while we're at it. It is actually quite warm. There is a fairly strong wind pushing up throughout the pushing through the streets, and it is, as I say, it's a warm day. It would and there's
Unseasonably.
it's quite dry. Like, there's a little bit of moisture in the air. If things weren't as windy, there might be fog, but there isn't. And so there's quite good weather, clear skies, and a clear sort of morning. which does not deter the dead.
Oh no.
Good sailing weather.
Indeed, good sailing weather though. Favourable. However, you can see that there are clustered around the makeshift barricades around the edges of the cathedral grounds, which are directly opposite Destin's house, the bodies of just crowds of zombies. You would say approximately, or just counting, like if you had to make a, well, I mean, if you counted all of the ones you can see out the door,
yeah, head
fucking
count.
hell. Yeah, you can look up, you can look down the street. There's like 96 zombies out here.
I feel like we open the door, look out, close it again.
Nope.
So there's bars on the windows.
Yes.
But the windows could be open, so it was just bars.
Yes, like they are decorative wrought iron bars. The windows open inwards. Like they were not really designed to be opened as a fire escape method.
No, but you could shoot through them.
You could shoot through them, yes.
I was just thinking, weren't there supposed to be some survivors in the cathedral?
Yeah, but I mean, they might be starving, but they're not going to get got. None of those zombies
Undead can't get in.
Also, if they've got clerics, can't they make food? Is that a thing?
Some clerics can, yeah.
I mean, that's great.
If someone's strong enough to survive, they might be good in there for a bit.
Roll an intelligence check.
Bar.
Actually, this is an Arcana check.
Ooh, that's all right then.
Also.
18.
18. All right, you have heard of this power to create food and water, and conceivably, if they had a quite powerful cleric in there, on a par with, say, Victor Fass, I believe his name was, the fellow back in Crosswater, who you knew. Then, they might be able to produce enough for, let's call that 150 people.
That's not
Of course, you saw a few thousand people sheltering within the streets that were barricaded off by the glutton.
There's going to be a lot of people in there.
I hate to say it, but we can't get everybody out.
We can't fit them on a ship.
We can get 500 at absolute most, and
We
that's
cannot
if
kill 96
and that's if we can clear the bay of Soagin to even do that. There's no guarantee we can even do that. We can't be going around offering everybody a way to get out because we can't do it.
No. We can't even offer everyone in the church a way out.
No.
Let's get to Apple Blossom first, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we've got to get past the zombies first, don't we?
What are the zombies doing, yeah.
Okay, Corzin, roll an insight check on the zombies.
Okay. That's a 15.
Okay. The zombies were not here when you arrived the previous day. And indeed, although they are sort of shambling around, they seem coordinated in the sense that they are broadly sticking together as a horde, but they don't seem to have a specific direction. You see that they just seem to be kind of almost moving Brownian motion style. Like, there is one point, I will say, when a pigeon that does not fucking have enough sense to still be alive
Pigeons
lands on the street, and 6 of them just go for it.
Look.
And that pigeon is just torn to shreds and devoured. And then as soon as the pigeon is gone, they just seem to return to their not really sure what to do shamble. And you see that over time, the horde as a whole seems to shamble slowly down along the street.
What, do
Alright,
they leave? If we
Like,
wait
they
long
don't
enough?
actively leave, but it's just like the shambling seems... The combination of random walking and also a strange instinct to keep together means that they are slowly moving around as a horde rather than just staying camped outside the cathedral.
Would what I know of zombies indicate that they were being directed, or is this an animalistic, instinctive thing?
I guess this is an Arcana or religion check, and I suppose with your monster hunter sort of specialty, you might get advantage on this.
Okay.
I think, if I remember right.
Arcana
If I'm
or religion
remembering
is
the
exactly
class
the
right.
same. So
Can I also do religion? Is that
Yeah,
allowed?
yeah,
Because
do a
I feel like
religion
that makes that I
That
might
makes
know
sense.
that.
I don't feel like this is something that would be in any other
Yeah.
book Scamp had read.
okay, so are we all just rolling individually, or is one of us rolling with advantage?
I think let's do it separate because I think it's
Separately.
separate knowledge. I don't think it would be
Yeah,
like the same stuff.
you'll get different information. actually.
I got a 17 on religion.
Okay.
7.
You're not really sure, Corzin, but like Celestia, though, thinking back, you did see the zombies when they were being directed by the white, and they seemed to be able to do fairly complex tactics like wait, hide in position, act in separate groups,
These ones are
charge
just
in on
floating
command.
about.
These guys are just sort of shambling. Like they're a very stereotypical shambling horde. They seem to be operating entirely on instinct, and when that instinct isn't telling them to do anything, they just clump together out of
And walk around a bit.
some vague self-protective instinct.
Safety in numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's controlling them. I think we just need to wait for them to pass.
All right.
Or we
Let's keep
could
an eye on them
try
then.
going out another way.
Yeah, possibly.
The roof or the back, or maybe not the back, it's a bit too close.
There is a back door that leads into an alleyway behind.
Or do we just wait?
Might just be worth waiting. They're kind of going slowly.
Okay.
Okay, but let's
Let's
keep
just
an
make
eye
sure
out.
that no new ones turn up.
How long are you willing to wait?
Like half an hour? I don't know. What do you think?
Just keep an eye on the progress, see what's like after half an hour.
After half an hour of waiting, about a fifth of them have now sort of shambled off. There's a general sort of progress slowly going downwards. The numbers have thinned out. There's closer to about 70-ish now is left around, but if you guys want to wait, you get the feeling they will leave in time.
Okay, this is really boring. Should we go out the back?
Yeah, and just everyone stay close.
Actually,
Yeah.
if we can get to the roof, it might be a good idea to have a look up there just to plot our route. We'll be able to see much further from up there.
Yeah, but we'll also be visible to people up there.
Yeah.
Isn't there a gang of crazy folks climbing roofs?
Yep. Maybe let's just go out the back and play it by ear.
All right.
What do you
How
think?
close are the buildings together around here? Could we travel over rooftop here?
That's another option,
You
possibly.
did when you were here the first time.
Oh!
The Kion is pretty built up.
If we keep down, we might... I don't know, is it worth using the streets for cover and worrying about bumping into huge hordes, or going on the rooftop where we're more visible but there are fewer enemies?
I don't know.
I'd opt for the fewer enemies at this point.
Should we do
Because,
that?
those things out there are dumb, but numbers are going to be on their side.
Oh yeah, we have no chance against 96. It's a lot. Yeah, roofs. Let's do that.
There's almost more of them than we have ammunition.
If we keep low onto the rooftops, we might be able to stealth our way along them. Maybe?
Yeah, let's do it.
I
Hopefully
mean, I
up there
guess
we'll
if
see
worst
anyone else coming.
comes to worst, flying is a thing. Not with all of us though, actually.
There's too many of us.
Yeah. Let's just be stealthy and hope for the best.
Yep.
So, how do you want to get to the roof?
Go
What are our options?
out the
Okay.
back.
You
And up.
unlock, check the back door. The back street is not frequented by zombies at this time.
I mean, I have a climber's kit.
Yeah, it's a narrow little area. And yeah, you do have the climber's kit, so I guess you guys are prepared. Well, there are zombies in the general area, so I will ask for everyone to make an athletics check, but you can use advantage because if
Because
you're doing
climber's kit.
one at a time, taking the climber's kit.
Okay.
Oh dear.
18.
15.
10.
Oh, hun.
Clara seems to be having the most difficulty actually getting up. She stumbles, she actually falls down like about 3 feet at one point. Yes, please. But yeah, even with a 10, with a full climber's kit, you fall off at one point, but the harness catches you, and you have the others kind of help winch you up a bit. The climber's kit includes some pulleys.
Flying is more fun.
I know, darling. Oh my God.
Save it for when you really need it, though.
During that time, no zombies appear, or wander past or get interested.
I hate the zombie-filled city thing. It's really scary.
So quiet time.
Yes.
You make it up to the top, and I will actually ask for fresh stealth rolls from you all, please.
There, we've moved.
Yeah.
Ooh. Come on,
I
be
love my
good.
cloak. I love my cloak.
Ooh. Oh dear.
That's a 9.
12?
Although,
23.
is this based on sight or sound?
Let's say both. So, but for what matters, it'll be sight.
Okay. 9.
What was yours again, Scamp?
23.
Cool. Okay. I'll roll for those two. Fucking hell. Both Leah and Clara seem sort of, as they're scrambling up, they kick a couple of roofing tiles. They're kind of really obvious against the silhouette of the building.
Okay, maybe,
Unusually, even for Clara.
maybe we should have gone on the floor.
But you clamber up and you take a peer around. So can I have a perception check for looking at the surrounding areas from anyone who wants them?
Oh, natural 20.
10.
20.
11.
Which with my modifier is a 20.
Oh, bless you.
So from up here, first of all, you can see the roof here on Destin's rooftop. It does connect directly to several of the other rooftops around. There is a chimney, which you can peering over there. Over it, you can see a stout iron grill, thin enough that even halflings can't necessarily get through. Is set over the chimney, and now that you peer down it, oh yeah, there's the shredder trap that quotation marks Destin mentioned against shrunken halfling thieves.
Oh, the little knife thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
God, I nearly suggested going up the chimney, having forgotten about that. It's a really good thing I didn't. Oh God, that would have
Pays
been
to be
awful.
prepared, I suppose.
Nevertheless, looking around, you can tell a few things, especially you, Scamp. First of all, you can see the spread of the sort of zombies down below. They are indeed slowly moseying to the south. They are completely away from the very northern edge of the cathedral grounds. If you wanted to get out into the cathedral, you could probably get up to the barricade walls there and try and clamber over, and you would not be seen by any zombies. You can see that there are sort of walkways which have been built up along behind the barricades for people to walk along, and there are actually humans there manning guns, some of them wearing the black coats of church sympathizers. Others just wearing ordinary civilian clothing. You can see that there are clumps of these hordes here and there throughout the city. Leon's bridge, the one main bridge, remains completely destroyed, shattered by the Kraken's lightning cascade. It would definitely require some manner of boat or watercraft or flight to move along the road. Or swimming, of course.
Lol.
Not an option.
We've got a boat stowed back at the frigate.
You can see small pillars of smoke that indicate life or fire of some means within a couple coming out of the cathedral. Some coming out of the area north of the Sandia Dry Docks, which is held by the Glutton, or was held by the Glutton. the St. Antoine's Chateau, the island with the sea fortress. Some coming out from near where the city hall is. Very little from anywhere else.
Which one would be the wagoners that we were told about?
The wagoners were told about being around the chateau, so the
Okay.
island one, which has a single intact bridge from the shoreline to it. More importantly, however, for you, Scamp, you, looking up, see all of this, take it in, but you also see about 12 rooftops away, and heading in your general direction is a horde of around 30 ghouls who are just bounding over the rooftops.
I think we need to go back downside now. The ghouls are coming.
Right, run, go, down.
Okay,
Yep.
I would like acrobatics or athletics checks, depending on whether you are using the climbing kit to get down. And
Which one do you get climbing kit with?
climbing kit is technically both, but I'm going to say only one of you can use the climbing kit at a time.
You go on better at climbing anyway.
Yeah, they will be here.
I'm going to go down
an
first so I can
unknown
catch
number of
people
rounds.
like Clara if they're shit.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Okay, so you're going down.
I will
So
go down when I've seen everyone is
that
going down.
is a 25.
Okay, so you abseil down and then use the pulley to shunt up the
Yeah,
the
I feel like
harness.
having
Corzin-
P at the bottom who knows how to use the climber's kit and Corzin at the top who's strong and good at climbing is not a bad
Okay,
mix.
Corzin. So you're staying at the top, Corzin. Okay, who else is?
I want to see Leah and Clara
okay,
down
Leah and
before I
Clara
go
are
down.
going down. Leah is going to risk trying to climb down herself. Clara is going to use the harness.
rightly.
So Clara uses the harness, which is good. So that was a 3 and a 16 on the rolls, and slowly winches herself down as quickly as she can. Leah tries, slips, ha! Smacks into the ground. It's quite high up. She takes 10 points of damage. So you hear her, she hits the ground and goes, I think I might have sprained an ankle there.
You okay? Do you need healing?
I'm fine.
Good.
I'm fine.
Get
Just
inside.
get on with it. So yeah, she's on the ground.
Should we get in the house?
Yeah, I will try and climb down.
Okay, you're going to try and climb down with
or-
the harness kit.
If it's there and available,
Yeah.
but if not...
Yeah.
Round
If Scamp has pointed out where the ghouls are, I'm going to flatten myself to the ground, take out the carbine, train it on them, and wait.
No, just get inside.
Oh,
There are 30.
No, I mean wait until Scamp is gone. I'm not
Okay, so
staying
I'm
up
going to
here
go
on my
down
own.
after
but-
Scamp. Fine.
That's an 11 to get down.
You have advantage.
That was with advantage.
Okay, you just about manage it. String down, you hit the ground a little hard, but you don't sprain anything. You quickly winch the harness back up. The ghouls are almost upon you. You will not have advantage if you want to use the climbing harness to get down, but you will not be able to take down the climbing harness after you. You will not have time.
Right.
We'll worry about it after.
Yeah.
They're not going to be interested in the climbing harness on its own, I don't
Okay,
think. Right.
roll on your athletics check with
Any climbers
advantage.
kit.
Okay, that's an 18.
Okay, you slide down, and already you can hear the sounds coming over the rooftop.
Get in the house, get in the house.
The wild howls and laughter of the ghouls as they approach. You get inside, you slam the door, begin locking it, and you hear the sound of bodies landing in the street beyond. Fists banging on the door, clattering, shattering against the, smacking against the heavy, many restraints and bolts. Rocks and bricks get thrown at the windows.
Window just above this one?
Yes.
Can I go to that window?
Yes, you can.
And just start throwing firebolts down.
Okay. Yes, you can, and they are throwing rocks up, but the grills largely stopping them. Give me just say 3 attacks. I'll say.
Yeah, can you
It's
also
fireballs.
shoot out of these windows?
Yeah. They're wide enough to shoot out of.
The lowest was an 11, then 14 and 21.
Okay.
I have something as well.
Yeah. Roll
3
damage.
attacks as well?
Yeah, I'll say they keep this up for 3 rounds. So yeah.
How
it's
many
a carbine.
Okay.
2, I think.
9.
Well, one of those was a natural 20.
Excellent.
The other 2 were pretty shit, though. That's an 11 and 13.
The 13 hits, as does
Okay.
the other one. And Celestia, what do you do?
How long do they look like they're going away?
I'll say that as you guys are firing down at them. Sorry, what was the total
Carbine,
damage?
by the way.
It was 19 total.
Okay, 19 total. And roll the damage for you, Corzin, because I'm just going to take account of how much damage you guys do total to these things.
Right, I'll
I'm going
roll
to do
the
something depending on whether they
non-crit
look like they're
one first.
leaving or not,
Yeah.
basically. So let me know if
Yeah,
they
roll
are.
the crit first, because this is going to make a
Okay,
difference.
rolling the crit first. Okay. Oh, man. That's a 6, so double to 12.
Okay,
Sad.
with sort of as streams of fire flow out of the window as you fire carbine shots, you actually manage to take one of the ghouls down, blasting its head into pieces. As it struggles and writhes for a moment, the fire catches light over it, and you just hear the other ghouls. They point at it and laugh, and they begin crowding around it, tearing into it, pulling out the flesh of their companion and devouring it in a frenzy.
Okay, taking advantage of that, they're going to try and top one of the others. So the second attack.
Do they look like they're leaving though?
Their attention has been drawn away from this, but
they're still staying outside.
they're still
the house.
staying within these first couple of rounds.
When Corzin's done this shot, I'm going to do something.
I did more damage with the non-crit than I did with the crit.
Oh,
I rolled a 12 on the die there, so that's 17.
okay. That one, I'll say, with the last damage that with a little bit of extra damage that you did from the firebolts, you guys managed to take out another one.
Yeah. I'm going to start sort of painting in the palm of my hand, like miming painting, like I do with the major image spell.
Yeah, the rainbow spirit curls around your fingers and leaves a trace in the air.
I'm going to make a really big monster made of fire, so you'd feel the heat from it and everything would be realistic. And I'm going to chuck it out the window into the ghouls and just have it stand sort of over them and just go and start going for them, kind of thing.
Give me an intimidation check. I'll call this a morale check for them.
Come on, intimidation. Oh, it's not good, you know. Oh, it's not bad. It could be worse. 15.
And they, seeing the creature of flames, they grab what they eat. 4 of them tear limbs off the second one that fell to take with them. Another tears the remainder of its head, portions of the body. But this time, as the horde, seemingly terrified by the possibility of this flaming creature, they bound into the air, doing the sort of wall crawler climb up the sides of the walls, up onto the roof, and with the mixtures of howls of fear and cackles of laughter, bound away onto the next target.
I have it chase them for as long as I possibly can. That monster was me, by the way. That's not a new thing that we have to worry about, just in case anyone was wondering.
Figured, yeah.
Just in, well, you know,
It looks a lot like the
scary
last
city.
one you did.
I quite like fire monsters. I think they're cool.
Well,
Well, that was scary.
Ooh.
Maybe roofs are bad.
How many did we take down?
You took down 2.
so there's just another 28 to worry about.
There were over 30.
Okay, just another over 30 to worry about.
Well, that's why I kind of went for an illusion. I figured maybe we weren't going to be able to kill them all, or if we were, it was going to take ages.
Hopefully that's going to have driven them off, at least for the moment. So let's take advantage of that.
Yeah, I can do that again as well.
Good.
So,
Stick to the streets, I guess.
yeah, I
Not
think stick to the
ideal.
alleyways.
Yeah,
Try
if they
and
show
make
up
our
again,
way.
though, drop a fireball on them if you can.
I will, but it depends where we are. That's big and it's loud.
Yeah.
True, I suppose, but I mean,
If they
collateral
stayed any
damage is
longer-
not the concern at the moment.
No, it's attracting like 100 zombies to us is the worry.
Stealthy.
How do we get
Right.
across the river?
Should we get the boat?
I think the boat's the safest way at this point.
Boat's going to be torn apart if we take it past a river full of Saugeen.
Very true.
Remember what they did to a proper boat?
I hate to
Kipper,
suggest this. You make seahorses.
Oh,
You could, actually.
could. That means being out, or at least near the water for a long time.
We could guard
Yeah.
if we found a little secluded bit.
Yeah.
If we get down to the river, I can try and find out where the Saugeen are coming from, so we can best avoid them.
Yeah.
Or we could go the sort of jetty bit where we hid the boat.
Yeah.
That was quite empty when we last left it.
True.
We could go in there, and you could make seahorses in there, into the water nearby. Because that's at least not in real proper public view. Only if you're up for making seahorses, though.
The option, other than that, maybe. I don't know if it works over. Have we ever tried floating disc over water?
You have not.
I don't know if it'll work, but I know it can go above like 10 feet off the ground or something, but the disc.
Sorry, it's a really funny mental image. I know I shouldn't be thinking about, but a couple of people on seahorses and then just a sort of little flying saucer thing.
Or we could fly. A couple of people on the disc and the rest of us flying.
That could work.
The disc only moves fairly slowly, though, right?
No, it stays 20 feet away from me.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay. That could maybe work. We should
The
probably
problem with
try
flying,
it
though-
over
Don't
water.
know if it works over water.
The problem with flying, though, is once we get there, if we do make contact with Apple Blossom, how do we get anyone out?
In the big fucking skeleton boat, darling. That's the only way we're going to
We-
get anyone out.
Can't take them in our little boat across anyway.
Yeah, that wouldn't work anyway.
But they're on the opposite side of the river to the boat, aren't
Yeah.
Just out of character clarification, they're on the opposite side of the river
Yeah.
to the boat.
They are, yes.
Yeah, but you
the
can
boat is currently in
still-
Sandia Dry Docks.
Do that.
So, yeah, well, we'd have to either take the boat to them, or...
Yeah, but if we're taking a big fucking skeleton boat out of Kion anyway,
Yeah.
We'll be going past anyway.
yeah,
Fair enough,
it's
okay.
not really another
I
task.
don't know how close we can get to it though.
If people had to swim out, I'm sure they would.
Or like you could put a rope from the top of the castle to the ship. And
Yeah.
just slide down it.
That'd be fun.
Sounds amazing, and I want to
Zip
do it.
wire.
That sounds incredible.
Well, do you remember back in Squirrel's Cove?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember you doing that.
Leo says, I mean, if we can get the boat out anyway, we're going to need the Hesperidia to tow it. We could probably tow that hole just right up next to the chateau.
Yeah, it wouldn't make a lot of difference, would it? It's going to be hard
We're
anyway.
going to need to get it out of the bay, so
Yeah.
makes
Alright.
a degree of sense.
So flying or seahorses, my friends? What are we doing?
The danger of flying is that if I get hit really hard and lose my focus, we'll fall in the water.
Depends how high we're flying.
I mean, literally either one of them sounds fucking
We
terrifying to
cannot
me.
go higher than 10 feet, otherwise the disc won't work.
Oh, in which case then?
Horses, if we took the time, I could make enough for all of us.
Yeah, like 2 people per one.
So you need half an hour?
Yeah, which would give us half an hour of the first horse left.
That might be better,
Well,
rather than relying on
that'd
one
be
person.
enough.
Looking at the
40
yeah,
minutes
looking
left.
looking at the distance you have to travel, you can actually cross the river in less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Let's do that. That feels sensible.
Alright, horses it is then.
Oh,
We'll keep an eye out.
We've just got to get there. Get to somewhere near the water, somewhere safe.
Okay. Peel. So you're going back out the back door?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. As you step
out
as you peer out, the back alley is completely empty.
Do the ghouls have anything of note on them?
There is
Not what's
nothing
left.
There is nothing left. They ate or
them.
took
Oh,
the
they
bits.
ate them. Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
They took the meat when they went. As you peer out as well and open the door and check, whether out of spite or in their frenzy, your climbing harness has been torn to shreds.
For fuck's sake.
The rope has been damaged. You will need to find replacements to repair.
Can I repair them, or I mean, not like me, but could I get
It could
them
be
repaired?
You'll need to find somewhere with lots of rope and fabric.
I'm gonna take the broken bits because I feel like I would.
Or indeed, actually no, wait, you haven't. Yeah, the mending would also do. Or I guess Scamp in 10 minutes.
I can do that if you collect the pieces.
Oh, that'd be really helpful. Brilliant. Let's not worry now.
Yeah,
but,
I rolled a luck check. They didn't actually take the grappling hook with them, so all the metal bits are still there.
Yay!
When
I'm
you
like
find
one of those knives with all the different tools. I can do everything.
You like fixing things, don't
I
you?
do like fixing things.
Oh well, that minor inconvenience just got a lot more minor. So
We do still need to find that time to sit down and
this
do
is
it.
true.
Yeah, like
We
we're
won't
not
have
doing
it
it
until
now.
we've got our
Okay,
rest.
I'm just going to say one more stealth check from everyone, please.
Don't trust my dice.
Oh, that's good. Good lord, what's happening? 23.
With good reason, don't trust my dice. It's a 13.
16.
Okay. And from those two, yeah, we're fine. Okay, so you head out and you begin moving your way quickly but quietly through the back streets of Kion. So you're making your way to the river, trying to find a secluded location.
I was thinking the docks that we left the boat in.
Okay, you're going to get all the way back. That's fine. You make your way back
They're like
through
underneath
much of the same route
fields.
that you took to get here.
It's not too far from where we
Yeah,
want to
no,
be
it's
as well,
not.
isn't it? It's the right direction.
So yeah, you avoid so you move away from St. Deborah's Cathedral, make your way through. There's one chilling moment where you hear the distant sound of the laughing horde, but they pass by you. There's a moment where you find a street just packed full of zombies, but they don't notice you. You take a route around.
So tempted just to fireball a big old group of zombies. It'd be so satisfying. Just the rest of them would
so
kill us.
stupid.
The rest of them would just kill us.
Let's see how many there are. Sorry, that's the wrong die. There are, you see 80 down that street.
Good lord. I mean, a realistic number for the city.
Just rolling a
that we're in,
D100
but, like,
for these.
Fucking hell, you know.
But yeah, you make your way around them and eventually make your way back to the Sunday dry docks.
100 and you've got an 80 and a 96.
Yeah.
Oh.
The dry docks are unoccupied. No one else has gone into here since you left. You are able, therefore, to take a quiet back time to conjure up the necessary seahorses and ready yourself to ride these terrifying crimes against nature.
I want to make them the same colour as the water.
It's so
That's
confusing,
actually quite
but you
useful.
do. And
Natural
you
camouflage.
I hate them so much.
clamber onto these bluey grey sort of saddled monsters.
I've named this one Clive.
Hello, Clive.
This one's Bethany.
Bethany the seahorse. What's this one then?
Geraldine.
Oh,
What
go
else
on,
would it
Geraldine.
be? I'm a fan of Clive, personally. I'd like to go on Clive.
Leah says, I'll go on Geraldine as well, then.
Bethany, then.
Yeah.
I'm
Scamp,
not
you're
even
so
looking at
funny.
You're
this.
left with Clive.
I'll come with you and Clive.
Fantastic. This is the best day ever.
You saddle up.
Do I feel anything when I get into the sea from the eye?
You feel wet.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just water.
Feels soggy.
Just water lapping
I
around
was
your
worried,
boots.
so that's quite nice.
Yep. Just still this almost faded into the background, ever-present connection to something greater.
Bark. Don't like it. Don't like
It's
it.
enough to give you anxiety if you
Okay.
think about it too hard.
So, how do you guys want to approach St. Antoine's Chateau? Are you just going to
Quietly.
roll up to the nearest bit
Quiet.
of coastline? Or are you going to try and go around towards where the bridge bit is?
We'd like to approach stealthy on our giant seahorse named Clive. That's what we'd like to do.
One person, I guess, one person from each group will roll a stealth check then.
Scamp.
So,
Yeah, I don't
Wait,
get
mine's
advantage, I'm
+4.
guessing, because it's the horse, not
it's
me.
the horse, not you. It's more like
The horse ain't wearing my clothes.
Yeah. So also you don't get any disadvantage or anything, Celestia, for your
Oh,
one.
I've been wearing my normal clothes
Oh, yeah.
anyway.
Well, it doesn't
I've
matter
not been
because that's
wearing
a
my
1.
flashy clothes in the zombie
Natural 20.
strewn Kion.
I got a 1.
So one natural 20,
Oh,
one
no.
natural 1, Celestia.
Oh,
I'm on the same
You're on the same
seahorse.
seahorse.
It's up to
Okay,
you.
so I rolled for Clara, who got an 18.
Okay.
Oh, good.
But that does mean, so I'll say that you are about 2/3 of the way along, however, when, despite moving quietly and quickly through the mid-morning light,
Don't they sort of balance out the 1 of the 20?
you hear the sound, you glance back and you see dark shapes moving through the water.
Oh, no.
As you see a trio of sharks begin swimming towards your position. The sharks appear to be not exactly saddled in the sense that you would ride them with by putting your your legs around them, but rather they have harnesses with handles that you can grip, and holding onto those harnesses
like the Harley Davidson.
like
sort of
Harley
pose.
Davidson sort of like things, but like things that onto which are gripped Sawagin, who are riding these sharks in a practical sense, or kind of being dragged by them, swimming with them as they chase after you. You are within a short breadth of you're not too far from the shoreline, so it's up to you. Do you guys want to fight or just try and outrace them?
Run,
Because I think by this point
run.
we all know that the horses take any damage and disappear, so we need to run.
Okay,
We can't be in the water with Sawagin.
So these things are magical and thus really responsive to your movements. So I'm going to ask everyone who's riding one, which I guess is going to include Clara, for an animal handling check with advantage.
You don't want me to make that. Also, Celestia is definitely not controlling it. She's just clinging on the back like a
Yeah.
I hate it.
Do you have a modifier of more than 0?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
19,
Wow, that's an 8.
Oh, mate.
8. All right, let's roll for the 3. I'm going to roll for the 3 Sawagin chasing you,
God.
who got a... Yeah, okay, so they got a 6, a 9, and an 8, respectively. So as you race forward, so I'm going to say this is a 3-round race, your seahorses weirdly curling and bucking in an inexplicable fashion, speeding along as the sharks begin racing through. 2 of them begin to pull behind, 1 pulls ahead. At the same time, Celestia and Scamps is pulling a little bit closer to that one that's racing
God.
ahead. So that it's getting closer. I'm going to new animal handling checks from everyone, please.
With advantage.
Yep, with advantage.
Can I try and shoot back at them?
That's terrible.
You can, but you'll lose the advantage in your animal handling check to
No,
outrace
just
them.
get to the shore.
Alright.
I mean, it's up to you. Sorry. That was me. I'm so petrified of us ending up in the water here.
Okay, there's something I can do.
That's an
Natural
8.
1, but lucky.
Okay. On the animal handling check or the shot?
No, just on the animal handling check. I wasn't
Okay.
shooting.
Well, you've got advantage anyway, then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, alright, no. It's cancelled out by the advantage anyway. But
Yeah.
that was a natural 1 followed by another natural 1.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
That, like,
Wait,
never
if you get
happens.
advantage and then are lucky, can you re-roll
Yeah,
one of them?
you can actually. That's the thing. Like you're half. If it was advantage and you roll 2 natural 1s, your half feet still
it was
kicks
a natural
in.
1 and something else, and it was then I re-rolled the natural 1 because
Right.
advantage.
No, if it was a natural 1 and something else, you
And
have advantage.
don't
You take
get
the
an
other
actual
one.
Oh, okay, yeah, right, fine. The other one was. It was a 6. No, sorry, it was an 8.
Okay. Regardless, however, yeah, all 3 have now pulled back to some. Are being Two of the sharks actually are really lagging behind, but the one that's ahead gets really close. The furthest behind of the three of you is Scamp and Celestia's, I believe.
How far away are the Sawagin?
They
How
are
close to each other are they?
Oh yeah,
How is this working?
they are. So the Sawagin are all kind of spread out. They're about 30 feet apart, kind of race. Although actually it's now kind of closer. The ones that are lagging behind are like 60 feet behind. But the one that's racing up ahead on this next turn I'm going to say is just about to get within melee range of the pair of you on your seahorse.
Okay. Ooh, is it
So
worth
in
it?
fact, I'm going to call an initiative between everyone, please. Quick initiative check.
14.
Natural 20, so 25.
Hell. 9.
Okay, yeah. No. Yeah, okay. I'm going to say Clara and Leah are kind of focused on riding, so it's the one Sawagin out front. We'll roll for him and his thing. Oh, okay, he rolled poorly. All right, so Corzin, I'll say that you are 20 feet ahead of this Sawagin, who is just closing into melee range with Scamp and Celestia with his shark.
Okay.
And yeah, what do you wish to do? It's him and a shark.
I am going to shoot back at the shark specifically.
Okay, go for it.
This is with the pistol.
Yes.
Okay, that is a 23.
23, that definitely hits.
Okay. Alright, that's 13 percussive damage.
Ooh, okay, 1 moment. I'm just checking my shark rules here.
Oh, no, sorry, 12 percussive damage.
12 percussive damage. Okay, I have put that shark. There we go, on shark. Okay, it's not enough to kill it, but you fire the pistol. It just catches it. It's quite close to the surface of the water, and you see blood begin to billow through the
I
water
yell to
behind
the
you.
others, same rules as on land, take out the mounts!
Even against not horses, we're still cruel to horses in this this podcast. Okay, so that
Did we
is.
start killing sharks before we started killing horses?
You started killing sharks before you started killing horses.
Yeah,
That's true.
technically.
You did.
Episode 6.
Yeah. Okay, so
They were the original bastard fish, were they not?
yeah, they were.
We are
these
40 on from that now.
these sharks
Yeah.
are larger
Oh,
than the
over
sharks
40.
you fought before. These are like 15 foot long.
Oh, wow, these are great whites.
Yeah,
Scary.
yeah. So, Scamp, you're up next.
How close is the nearest?
They will on their. I'll say that they're like almost there. So like they're like 10 feet away, and they will close up to biting distance on their turn.
And we've established before that I can't carry Celestia, haven't we?
Oh,
We
yeah.
have.
Yeah. In that case, I guess I will cast Fly on Celestia and myself. I might as well twin this.
Okay.
And I will leave the horse. The seahorse.
You sail up
Or
into
seahorse.
the air. The seahorse sort of, continues to swim along diligently below. So you fly into the sky. Yeah, so 60
Swim,
feet
Clive,
further
swim.
away, you can easily outpace the shark. And I guess that's Celestia. You can fly now if you want.
I can fly. Amazing. How close
I'll say
are they to people?
they're 10 feet away from your shark. They are.
I mean,
I'll
we're now. I'm going to fly up.
Yeah, you're going to fly
immediately.
away. I'll say they're about 30 feet, 20 to 30 feet away from Corzin's shark, Corzin's seahorse, and Leah and Clara's seahorse.
And how many of them?
There are 3, but 2 of them are too far back to worry about. Only one and his shark has gotten close enough to matter. And you are close to the shore at this point.
Pretty close to the shore. Okay. I think I might just dump a Dissonant Whispers
Okay.
into him. I'll do a second level one.
Are you going against the Sawagin or the shark?
So again.
Cool.
No, or maybe. Oh, I don't know. No, Sahuagin would be my instinct, I think.
Okay.
I want to throw him off. So I'm going to, in midair, bring my guitar around and just do like a really horrible coordinate, like kind of thing. And it echoes in his mind, maybe, if he doesn't save.
Okay.
We'll see.
He does save, sadly. That's a natural 17.
Well, it's still some damage.
Still takes some damage, though.
And because it was second level, that is 4d6. So it's not bad. Sarah, mate, your dice keeps rolling 6s. The spider dice, it's amazing. So 11, 14, 17.
17, half to 8. Okay. He
Damn, I was hoping you'd have to move away.
Seems confused and angered by these strange words.
Would Corzin understand what he just said?
Like, yeah, he goes, what the fuck? Come here and pray. Okay, and you presumably fly away.
Yeah, I fly away. I think temporary hit points wouldn't be a bad thing, would they?
Probably wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, I'm going to, in midair, like fucking Peter Pan with an electric guitar, toss my hair, do a little wink. Rainbow Spirit happens. You all get 5 temporary hit points, and you can move up to your full movement right now if you want.
Uses your reaction though, doesn't
Uses
it?
your reaction,
I'll hold
but
on
it
to my
doesn't.
reaction.
But it doesn't use your movement for your turn. It uses your reaction, so you could technically get a bit of
I
extra
guess
movement.
I'll say that the seahorses are included, so they
Oh yeah,
get
sorry, I
a
didn't think of that.
burst
Yeah,
of extra
I thought
movement.
it was
Jeffrey
controlling them.
included?
Jeffrey is included. Jeffrey is currently.
He gets 5 extra hit points.
Okay, Jeffrey has extra hit points.
He was peeking out the backpack.
Yeah, always.
As with that, they burst forwards, which means that the only thing that can possibly be within the Sahuagin's reach in his turn is you, Celestia. You've flown 60 feet away and upwards into the air, but as the shark races forwards, he reaches down for one of his long harpoon spears with the rope. Takes this attack with disadvantage, but he's going to try and harpoon you.
Fair.
And catch flying prey. However, that was an 11.
Woo!
The harpoon sails through the air.
Glad about that. That would have been
Splashes
hideous.
into the water.
I'll save the
And
D4.
with the flight and the burst of speed, you are easily able to make it around towards the shore. As you do so, figures on the shoreline begin raising muskets and firing at the Sahuagin behind you. The Sahuagin, seeming to recognise the dangers here, turn and drive deep around and dive deeper into the water and away.
Yeah, you better swim.
Oh, Corzin, that was terrifying.
As
That
he,
poor heart. Be careful.
They can't all be winners.
Apparently not.
as you reach around to the end, you approach the shore, and you can see that a handful of these figures wielding guns, wielding muskets, many of them still garbed in the kind of loose clothes and uniforms of the revolutionary fighters, approach. They're kind of leveling their weapons at you uncertainly, especially those of you who can fly.
Hello.
One of them calls out, "Halt, who goes there? Friend or foe?"
Friend. Usually.
Shit. What do we actually do? One points back. Do you mean us harm?
No, darling,
No.
definitely not. Is
Well-
Alton there?
Please,
Yeah, do you know Alton Apple Blossom?
yes?
Halfling, badass.
We're known to him.
Yeah, he knows us. He can vouch for us.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
I'll make a persuasion check, son. Don't you make a fucking persuasion check. Come on. You know better than that.
Oh, that's mean.
I'm sorry. Bard,
It's
come on.
totally logical, but yeah, no, you go. Do it.
That is a 23.
Okay, they seem to... please, pull up here and, I guess, land here.
Yeah, thanks.
Is one of you a mage?
No.
No, this just happened.
They seem
That's very, very
confused.
clever.
I'm sorry, it's been a long
Okay,
day.
slightly.
A little bit.
Okay, please, pull up. And they help. And what the fuck are those?
It's alright, they're imaginary.
This is Clive.
Clive bristles his weird spiny back things. He's a fucking thing of horror.
He's beautiful and I love him.
Celestia reaches a weird threshold for the day and just starts giggling.
Like something that is normally less than an inch in size, magnified up to like 10 feet long,
They have riding spiders.
with riding fucking like saddles and spikes attached that have been grown into them.
Best not to observe those things too closely. They tend to get a bit disturbing.
They'll be gone in half an hour.
They give each other uncertain looks. Apparently so.
I can get rid of them now if you want.
They give you an odd look.
They're imaginary.
One of them reaches over and gently pokes it. With his musket bayonet. The creature just sort of bounces away for a moment. Not hard enough to do damage, just like...
I have a really good imagination.
I'll vouch for
Celestia
that.
is still giggling. Like, completely insensible.
Well, just, I guess, leave them where they are and let's hope the sharks don't get them.
It's fine if they do, darling, to be honest.
I'll make
Because
some
they
new
are
ones.
imaginary?
Yes, I'll make some new ones.
Are you the group they call the Wagoners?
Yes, we are.
This is our token sane man. Please talk to him.
Yeah.
We've been seeking to make contact with you.
The fellow who is human, a human man, reaches down and offers you a hand. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Leon. Leon Hauser. And welcome, I guess, to our island. What's your name?
Corzin Horhace, at your service.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you. So Celestia is still attempting to just console herself.
Shakes your hand,
Situation.
Corzin. Well, come on. Well, I guess we'd better take you to the boss. This is going to sound like one of Apple Blossom. It's already starting to sound like one of Apple Blossom's stories.
Oh, I bet that man's got some stories.
Well, we know he has.
Not as many as this one fellow he met called Norrit, but that's for another time.
As if he knows fucking Norrit.
Everyone knows Nori.
Come on! And they lead you up towards...
He did know a lot of people, to be fair.
They lead you up towards St. Antoine's Chateau. And as you approach the castle, the ruins thereof, and come to speak with the apparently ever-surviving Orphan Apple Blossom, that is where we will pick up next time. Thank you all very much for listening. Thank you all very much for playing. We've crossed like 3 genres today.
I'm
Maybe
exhausted.
4. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
I plunged into the future deep, and what I've learned would make you weep. What dreams of our philosophy could bring about the end I see?
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.